Strawberry Racing as Toms just rides the ripple strip. Ties van Wyk, younger brother of Jort, makes the move down the inside, and the Dutchman goes on through. Nicely done by Ties van Wyk for Bouvin Power. He goes through to take the lead. Nice clean pass. Trell back into second. Sadurski in the Soddy Kart P3. The Dutchman 1 and 3. Rory Armstrong just behind. Take a look at this. This was a perfect pass. Ties van Wyk, who knows this 1,360 metre circuit oh so well, just pulled out at the last possible moment. Made the move to go on through. Nicely done. Rory Armstrong, who's been racing in the Rotax Euro Challenge for the past couple of seasons, actually finishing on the podium. Did Rory, finishing in, I have to stretch the memory, second or third in 2022 in Minimax. As we see up the inside, T. Stevens go on through. Armstrong, the driver to watch out for. There's Janssen in the background. Armstrong finishing on the podium 2022. That was in Minimax. A super start from Rory for Strawberry Racing. We now have a new race leader as we start lap 4 of 12 of pre-final B for Junior Max. T. Stevens from Van Wyk. Toms just sits there in third place. Sadurski, Janssen, Armstrong, Charlie Smith, the American. That's better from CS ahead of Clark. Bastian Ottensummer, the Austrian. From near on the back of the grid, he's now up inside the top 10. He's in 9 ahead of the Gillard cart of the Latvian Tians. T. Stevens, Ties van Wyk, the Dutchman go 1-2. Tom Sveld just sits there in third place. His teammate, of course, Jacob Ashcroft. We can now confidently say he will not be beaten for pole position for the final later this afternoon. Nice move there by Polak. You just saw in the background the Austrian going on by to pick up Adrian Steens. He's now up into 10th place. Kevin Polak in the Croc promotion cart for the MTM team. Just saw that in the background, just lined up and took Tiens, who was 6th earlier on in the race. Ottensummer charging on through the field. Bastian from the 9th row of the grid 17, now up into 8. Behind Rory Armstrong, who's faded. He's back into 7th after getting that great start to be in P4. The Tony Karts 1 and 2, the Latvian for Dan Holland Racing, head of Sadurski. That was Borgui going through, ahead of Almatre, Yuri Lever, Martin Ligner, Bran van der Werke. After being pushed wide on the opening few corners, the Belgian recovering some places, back into 18th, ahead of Rasmus, Foley, Topčić, Kobakidze, and Antoine Lemieux is the final runner. Clark with a 56.222, fastest lap of the race. Kine 267 for KR Sport. There's the graphic, the bottom left of your screen. That's a quick time, considering the age of most of these drivers. Mojo tyres. The temperature still warm here, not quite as warm as yesterday. The sun at times is shining here. The 14th day of April, round 1 of the Rotax Euro Trophy. Max Sadurski goes on through. 3 drivers van the Netherlands in the top 4. That was Bram van der Werke going on through, fighting with Yuri Levar. Bouvin Power entry. Just took Yuri Levar. This is Stevens from Van Wyk and Tom Stedel, vice champion in the Winter Cup, behind Jacob Ashcroft. As it stands at this halfway point of pre-final B, this statement definitely is provisional. Ashcroft pole position for the final. Boas Maximoff out of 2. Tom Stedel, unless he can do something in the second half of pre-final B, will start Group 3. Maybe no bad thing right behind his teammate Jacob Ashcroft, second row of the grid, but critically on the inside. Noah Janssen, who's dropped down to P6. The German who started out of grid 2, just coming into the right-hander now is the German. Head of Armstrong, Ottensemmer, the fastest driver on the circuit. Although I speak too soon because Ryan Borgui has gone through with a 56.121, marginally faster than T. Stevens. On your screen, the race leader. It's a good drive from Max Sadurski to stay there in P5. Credit also to the Czech Jakub Kubera, who started back on the 10th row of the grid and is now behind Polak and Tions in 12th place. The second Sodi car, the first of which is Max Sadurski. Here comes the Belgian Sunshine. As you look at the KR car, just ahead of Sadurski, that's Kai Clark. He goes purple with a 55.9. Clark is the fastest on circuit, you can see as he rides the bump. In front of the grandstand, tries to take position 3. Tom Stadell defends. He goes up the inside anyhow. Fabulous pass by Kai Clark. They go side by side. Thompson staring at him. Oh, wow. Strell holds off Clark for the moment. 108 k's an hour for Tom Stadell. 107. That was the difference between third and fourth position. Tom Stadell from Latvia will not be intimidated. There is Sadurski behind. Janssen, Armstrong, Bastian, the Austrian, Charlie Smith, and Tions in the background as well. Sadurski now defending from Noah Janssen for Dual Motorsports. Turns him around. Contact between Janssen and Sadurski. Now Rory Armstrong, he picks up 3 positions. That was a clean pass by Rory. Well, we probably cannot say the same. We'll try and get a replay of what happened. Sadurski and Janssen, they are fighting in the final stages of pre-final B. Noah, take a look at this. Just ran out of road, to be fair. Noah Janssen did try and give him space. He turned in up onto the ripple strip, tried to avoid the back of him. Sadurski has crossed the line in position 22. Before we start pointing fingers, let's just remember this is racing. We're not playing croquet here. Fighting for the final stages. Pre-final B for Junior Max. Round 1 of the Rotax Euro Trophy. In fact, Sadurski has now retired. The Dutchman is out. The Dutchmen do still lead though, as you look at Kai Clark. Great drive from Kai, 267 for KR Sport. On the back of Tom Stadell. Stevens, Van Wyk, Stadell, Kai Clark, Bastian. Super drive from the Austrian. Ottensemmer from Rory Armstrong, Charlie Smith, the American in P7. Janssen still there in 8. Tions and Matthias Kellerup. The Dane from the back of the grid from 23rd. Matthias Kellerup from Denmark. Matthias Kellerup now up into 10th place. Tom Stadell, you saw him skate under brakes on the penultimate lap of the race. Kai Clark all over the back of the Latvian. The KR Sport team driver. Team manager, team owner, Ashley Orchard watching on. His Charger trying to take P3 on the last lap of the race. The Dutch drivers in P1 and 2, so therefore it's time to break out the famous line. Dit is de laatste ronde voor de 2 piloten van de Netherlands in de eerste posities. T. Stevens, T. Van Wyk, the Dutchman 1 and 2. Tom Strell rides the ripple strip. Kai Clark for KR Sports got the speed though. As they go down the back straight. Tom's defense. Watch Kai sweep around the outside. Down through the chicane. Stevens from Van Wyk. For Boulevard Power, it is on for position 3. How good will the final be this afternoon? Of course, you can catch that live on Motorsport TV. This is just the pre-final. Pre-final B, it will be a Dutch victory as Tom's the Latvian defends. One more opportunity, you know it's coming up. Stevens will win it from Van Wyk, the fight for third. Toms goes defensive, he'll be slow on the exit. Puts the cards in the middle of the circuit. Stevens wins, Van Wyk. Toms Threll holds on to third. Kai Clark, he's unimpressed. Bastian, superb from the Austrian to come home ahead of Charlie Smith, the American, in P6. Take a look at the highlights of pre-final B. Tom Stadell from pole position, trying to take to Dan Holland Racing. Pre-final victory, super start from Max Sadurski. Unfortunately, would finish down in 22nd position. Ties Van Wyk up the inside, and the Bulvan Racing team driver went on through to take the lead. Stevens, his countryman though, still at Tony Kart. The Dutchman trading positions. Tom Stadell defending from Kai Clark, who was superbly quick. Kai would finish with the fastest lap of the race of 55.974, but the Latvian would put the Dan Holland Racing car right in the middle of the circuit when he needed to. Tom's just staring at the Brit, almost pushing him into the grass. Noah Janssen in the background. In traffic, this was the moment of the race, right there. Janssen trying to give him room. Sadurski taking the racing line. They came together. Sadurski out. Noah Janssen finishing down in 9th place. So the Dutchman 1-2 in pre-final B. T. Stevens from Ties Van Wyk. Strel does hold off Kai Clark. Storming drive from Bastian Ottensummer. The Austrian, Ottensummer I should say, ahead of Charlie Smith. Came from 17th on the grid, did Bastian. The KSB Racing Team, the Austrian KSB Racing Team, who spent most of the season, as well as the Rotax Euro Trophy, racing in the Italian Rotax Max Challenge, also the Eastern European Zone Championships. Bastian P5 from Charlie Smith, Tions. Rory Armstrong P8. Head of Noah Janssen for Dual Motorsport, and Matthias for RS Competition from the back of the grid, coming home P10. The Rotax Max Grand Finals to take place at Sarno Circuito Internazionale Napoli. I was telling you about the history of the biggest kart racing event in the world just prior to pre-final B for Junior Max. Yes, some of the most exotic locations in the world have hosted the Rotax Grand Finals. We got halfway through the history lesson. La Concamura Lecese World Circuit in the south of Italy, 2008 and 2010. The Ghibli Circuit in Egypt, after being hosted in Sharm el-Sheikh in 2003, Egypt hosting for the second time in 2009. Al Ain in the Emirates also hosting. It was in 2011. Al Ain, of course, the host venue circuit for the United Arab Emirates. Rotax Max Challenge, Portugal in 2012. New Orleans, Louisiana. What a fantastic event that was, with the United States Air Force flying an FA-18 over the circuit moments after the national anthem. You've got to love the Americans. They are awesome at putting on events. One of the biggest ever was New Orleans in 2013 at the NOLA Motorsports Park in Louisiana in the deep south. No one got eaten, by the way. Eaten. Yeah, They were telling me that at that circuit, there are alligators just a couple of miles from the circuit, which sometimes, well, do wander on by. I'm not kidding you. 2014 Valencia in Spain, 2015 Portimao in Portugal. That was fantastic. Sano for the first time in 2016, Portimao again in Portugal, 2018 in Brazil. What an incredible race that was. Sano for the second time in 2019, 2020. Yeah, you know what happened to the world there. Cancelled because of the C word, which I can't bring myself. Have zero respect for it, can't mention the C word. No, not that one. The other C word. COVID. Ah, damn it, I said it. Bahrain in 2021. Portimao again in 22. Bahrain again just a few months ago. The Bahrain International Circuit. And this year, Sano, as you saw just a few moments ago on your screen, hosting the 2024 Rotax Grand Finals. This is Senior Pre-Final A, the cards coming out onto the circuit, being led by Magby, Macaulay Bishop, the fastest qualifier in form this weekend. Jaden Tian for DHR out of 2. Sean Butcher, KR Sport, Teresa Babichkova, Mark Kimber, World Finals champion, Thomas. Fastest lap in his final heat last night, that's Behrman, Omar Ghanem from the Emirates, King and Garrity, Denny Shields, and Aman Hamilton. Paul Hamburg, Sverre Uben for the GKS Lemons team on their home server. Tom and Debian, Laurent Legol, Sebastian Koch, Georges Nasser, Jort van Wyk, Christopher Holson, Mario Seidler. Strawberry Racing out of 20, Benjamin Devant, Alexon Ames, Zeno Falke, the German, Russell Kukagnitze from Georgia, Luca Brima, Hamza Al-Fayez, Demont, Kirikos, Krit Nuren, Dante Chima, Alex Volta, the Romanian, Sinye Ornbal. Ornbal has scraped into the pre-final. Vasil Apostolowski, Tumingus, and Sam Bergstein with an almighty task. The Dutchman on grid 35 to make it through for the final. We had watch for Sean Butcher. Electrifying form for the KR Sport team on the second row of the grid, alongside Teresa Babichkova for Hunter Motorsport. There is Teresa, the former W Series racer, the Women's Series, or the sadly now aborted Formula 3 W Series. Teresa, a front runner in that, and she's a front runner here this weekend in the all-new CS55 kart for Hunter Motorsport. Of course, Kai Hunter on the grid for pre-final B in just a moment. His brother, older brother, Reese Hunter. Watching on the first of their drivers, Teresa Babichkova, 363 to the left of your screen will be the pole sitter, Macaulay Bishop, up to the line. We race. Dan Holland Racing, go 1-2, this contact just behind. Wow. Hamilton, King and Garrity coming together. Teresa back into P4. Sean Butcher launches it up the inside. Sean goes through to P3, takes Teresa. Bishop with the race lead from Jaden T and the Dan Holland Racing duo, who started 1-2 on the grid. They go 1-2 down the back straight. Teresa defends. Butcher is just ahead, and Mark Kimber, the former Grand Finals world champion, behind him, P5. Mark Kimber getting strong at the right time of the weekend for Strawberry Racing. All over the back of Teresa Babichkova. She looks right. Keeps it straight down into the grandstand right-hander. A clean start for the most part, with the exception of Sverre Uben, who's come off at turn 6. Sverre Uben for the legendary GKS Lemons team based here at this circuit. The Belgian driver is the first retirement, as Macaulay Bishop has got the race lead. Jaden in second place. Sean Butcher for KR Sport. There's Sverre Uben in the background. The GKS Lemons driver is out. Teresa from position 3. She's back into 7th, passed by Omar Ghanem. Mark Kimber. Also Thomas Behrman on the charge. Second senior race for the Brits. Pole position at the Winter Cup recently down in the south of Spain at Campillos, the KR Sport driver in 3-2-2. Sean Butcher also for KR Sport is in 3rd place. Dan Holland Racing 1-2. MacB goes wide. Jaden tries to take his teammate. He'll probably push him across the line, in fact. He dives out to try and take the lead. The two teammates fight. Jaden goes on through. Bishop back to second. Butcher, Kimber. Omar ahead of Teresa. The Emirati up in a P5. Superstar for the XL Motorsport team. Butcher up inside, tries to split the two DHR drivers. Bishop back in front. It is on in pre-final A. In Senior Max. Mac B goes position 1. Here's Babichkova for Hunter Motorsport. Behind Mark Kimber. Here's the former World Grand Finals champion. Winning in 2021, the biggest kart racing event in the world. As we see the two teammates fight again. Butcher up the inside. Butcher tries to split the DHR duo. Wow, from the two teammates here. But they keep it clean. Sean on the back of Jaden. It's Bishop, in fact. Jaden's got the lead. Bishop in second. Butcher's there. Here comes MK. Another retirement at the top of the hill. Russell is out. And Beerman as well. Thomas Beerman is out. No. Thomas Beerman, who took pole position at the recent Winter Cup. Set fastest lap of the race in his third and final heat yesterday. Has come together, we believe, with Russell. The two Brits out. A ferocious start to the pre-final B. There's Babichkova from Denny Shields, Paul Hamburg. Omar for the XL team. It is violent here in the early stages of pre-final A. Babichkova has come to grief as well. Teresa is out. Teresa Babichkova. Babichkova up into third place in the early stages of the race. A slight correction. Thomas Beerman has continued on. He's half a lap behind, but down in 33rd place. Still circulating, and will be praying for DNFs to try and make up some positions here in pre-final A for Senior Max. Bishop, Butcher, and Mark Kimber for Strawberry Racing, Jaden Tian. Denny Schultz is flying. The yellow flag into the final corner. Let's see who ignores it. Yep, there was one. It appeared, let me say that, it appeared as though Georges Nasser in the 308 car did pass under yellows. It's not my decision. CCTV all around the circuit, they will look at that, but Georges Nasser, don't be surprised if he's placed under investigation. So Bishop, Kimber, Butcher, Jaden Tian, there's Denny Shields. Mark Kimber, that's MK in 350. The British champion, the Grand Finals champion, is Mark for Strawberry Racing in 2021. As we see two karts in the background going off. Alexander Arm and Georges Nasser. A disastrous race for the Jordanian. Georges Nasser, the Emirati. Two incidents in the single lap. This is half race distance. Nice move down the inside from Jaden Tian to go back on through. 393, that's Devian Roost, the Dutchman. The CS55 kart. And the response is immediate from Kimber. And Jaden loses two positions. There's Butcher just ahead. Macaulay Bishop with the race lead recently, making world headlines in our great sport with that outrageous move at Wilton Mill to take victory 2 weeks ago in the British O-Plate. A fantastic pass. I don't know how many thousands of views, but he deserves all the credit. Macaulay Bishop, Mac B, who's got the race lead from Butcher and Kimber for the moment. There's Jaden Tian, Roos just behind. Denny Shields, Omar for the XL Motorsport team. Waving just ahead. As you see Devon ride the ripple strip, this is Sean Butcher. Animated is Omar behind Denny Shields, ahead of the Estonian Paul Hamburg. Sean Butcher for the KR Sport team. knows this circuit oh so well after 2 times winning the BNL Championship here. Mark Kimber is a place behind, albeit 2 seconds further back down the road. Mark Kimber taking the Grand Finals in 2021. Some 3 years ago, Sean Butcher was on that same podium in 3rd place. Now he's in 2nd. It's Macaulay Bishop, the fastest qualifier for Dan Holland Racing, who's got the race lead. The retirements now include Alexander Om. We'll get back to that in a moment. Sean down the inside. He's taken the lead away. Macaulay Bishop looks behind him not once but twice. Back to his Dutch teammate Jaden Tian, who's 2 seconds behind. Sean Butcher for KR Sport is the race leader. Nice pass, waited for the moment, lined him up and took the lead away from Mac B and pulling away as well. 4 laps remaining at the end of this one. The retirements, Alexander Om is out. Thomas Behrman has retired, as has Teresa Babichkova. Russell Sveta Uben for the home GKS Lemons team out on the first lap. And Tom Langrois is also out. Roost down the inside takes the place from Jaden, who gets him back on the exit. Kimber in 350 for Strawberry Racing. For Omar for the XL Motorsport team. In the background, watch Omar as Roost almost into the grass. He's off the road. Oh, wow. Kimber around the outside. Roost is out. Unbelievable here. The list of retirements goes on. Omar is the driver who took big advantage of that. Roost is out. Kimber around the outside. MK took the most of both of them. Devian Roost, the Dutchman from P4. He came from the 7th row of the grid. There's Kimber in 350. Omar just behind for the XL Motorsport team. The team of Kevin Day, based over in Dubai in the Emirates. A world-class team, also competing in Formula 4 and Formula 3. And the Rotax Euro Challenge, as he has a look up the inside, does Omar in 365. Roost is out. As is Benjamin Damon, senior on ball. We're down to 28 of the original 36 starters. Kimber, the former Grand Finals champion, just ahead of Paul Hamburg, who makes the move up the inside. Nicely done. And the Estonian for KR Sport, Omar fights back. 2 laps now remaining. Sean Butcher for KR Sport. Macaulay Bishop, they have no idea of the drama which has unfolded just behind. As you see, Laurent Legault, the Canadian, gets by the Emirati. There is the Kiwi-Hungarian Armand Hamilton up into P8 now. Head of Denny Shields and Hamza Al-Fayez from Jordan in the Middle East. Well, we had a sedate start to the morning's pre-finals. The DD2 Masters, DD2, they got us off to a nice start, but boy, has it kicked off in the penultimate pre-final here this morning. Round 1 of the Rotax Euro Challenge here at GENK, Belgium, the home of champions. Royst is out, on ball, Demond, Aim, Behrman is out, Longlois, Teresa Babichkova, Deacon Russell for MLC Motorsport has retired, and Sveta Uben, the legendary GKS Lemons team on their home circuit. Uben was out on the first lap of the race. This is the last lap, and Sean has got the race lead for the KR Sport team. Team manager, team owner, Denny Orchard, watching on. Sean Butcher to start inside, 2nd row of the grid. For the final, Macaulay Bishop in 2nd place. Does not need to pass. He can just stay there. He will start on pole position for the final later this afternoon. Of course, live right here on Motorsport TV. Bishop will finish on 2 points. Jaden Tian on 9. Jaden currently in 3rd place. This is the last lap. This is the last corner. But give credit to Sean Butcher and the KR Sport team from England. They take the checkered flag to win pre-final A in Senior Max. Mac B in P2. He will start from pole position. Macaulay Bishop, there's his teammate. Jaden Tian. Dan Holland Racing lock out the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon, round one of the Rotax Euro Trophy here at GENK in Belgium. George's NASA crosses the line in 27th there. The highlights of a ferocious pre-final A for Senior Max. Making contact, King Garrity, in fact it was. Did well to recover in 13th place as Teresa Babishkova. She was passed by Sean Butcher. And the two teammates fought. Jaden T and Macaulay Bishop. They traded positions multiple times. And Sean Butcher says, no worries, boys. I'll take the both of you. He just waited. Firstly going by Macaulay Bishop. They defended his swoop to the left, to the right. Butcher thought, what's going on here? I'll let you take each other out. They almost did. Butcher down the inside. And that time, Jaden Tian had to give him space. Fought back though. Sean held his nerve. The KR Sport driver splitting the two Dan Holland Racing entries. Mark Kimber, the driver on the charge. MK up into second, would ultimately finish in fourth for Strawberry Racing as the list of retirements grew longer. Mark Kimber firstly going by Jaden Tian, who responded on the Brit. Devian Royce in the all-new CS55 card was super quick from the 7th row of the grid up into 4th place, but would ultimately join the long list of retirements. Butcher through into the lead on Macaulay Bishop. Royce down the inside to take Jaden, who put him into the grass. Royce says no problem. It was ferocious in pre-final A for Senior Max. Omar from the Emirates coming home in 7th place, but it was Sean Butcher to win pre-final A for the KR Sport team. Macaulay Bishop P2, and that's enough for the Dan Holland Racing driver to secure pole position for the final later this afternoon. Jaden Tian third. The Winter Cup champion will join his DHR teammate on the front row of the grid for the final. That is provisional, of course. Kimber, Hamburg, Laurent Legault, Omar for the XL Motorsport team. Great drive from the Emirati. Aman Hamilton, the Kiwi Hungarian Hamza Al-Fayez from Jordan, and Christopher Holtz avoided the carnage. The Swiss driver beats home Dennis Shields for 10th place. Great drive from Hamza Al-Fayez while all that was taking place. He came from 27th to finish in P9. We'll take a very short break from GENK here in Belgium and then back for our final pre-final of the morning, pre-final B for Senior Max. You're watching us live on Motorsport TV, round one of the 2024 Rotax Max Euro Trophy. Back here at GENK in Belgium for the final pre-final of the morning. Senior Max, what a pulsating race that was just a few moments ago for pre-final A. This is pre-final B to determine the grid for the Senior Max final this afternoon. I may have spoken a little bit too soon as the car's coming out onto the circuit. Macaulay Bishop, we believe he cannot be beaten for the front row start off the final. We'll get back to that in a moment. Kai Hunter starts on pole position in the new CS55 car. Lewis Gilbert out of 2. Stevens, Katie McQueen, Matthew Higgins, Matisse out of 6. Olivier Yonkers for the Dams Racing Team. Austin Lee, Ethan Jeff Hall, former junior Euro champ, and Kiko Fracassi out of 10. Seidler and Nielsen, the Swiss and Danish drivers. Papacena Boulouet, another Belgian. Tommy van der Stroes. Rafael Jesus from Angola in the southwest of Africa. Martin Varga. William Antrobus, Anya Lavada, Lucas Schlegel, Jan Pinto from the Holy Land of Israel. And then it's Alex Duncan, Emma Scarborough from North Carolina in the United States of America. Simon Bulbarella, Santari Lattinen, Lauri Lepa, Attila, the three Finns together. Tyler Harris is next. Alexandre Lemaire, Lawrence Herbol, Principali, Kyle Tukro, who raced in DD2 in the Winter Cup. Principali is beside the Estonian. Karol Kominski, Patrick Lipovic, 2 DNFs for the KMS Europe driver from Hungary throughout the heats. Ilya, 239 drivers from 40 nations, but it's the Brits who lock out the front row of the grid for our final pre-final of the morning for Senior Max. Kai Hunter, the champion of everything in Rotax over the past decade, alongside Lewis Gilbert for Kraft Motorsport from Germany. Vic Stevens, Katie McQueen, Matthew Higgins, who'll also be racing in the GT Cup Europe Championship for Aston Martin in 2024. Watch Olivier Yonkers just behind him for the Belgian Dams Racing Team. We race for the final pre-final this morning as Katie McQueen ducks out to try and get track position. Huge crash down into turn 2. 5 cars off into the grass. 2 go straight ahead and cut the circuit. It is Kai who's got the race lead. Right behind is Vic Stevens. There are the 3 drivers involved. They have cut the circuit though. Oh, you can't just rejoin, boys. You know what's coming. Kai Hunter, meanwhile, though, has got the race lead. A perfect start from the Brit. As we see Lewis down the inside. Gilbert from the outside front row of the grid, trying to recover positions. He's back in P3. Kai Hunter leads across the line for the first time. A scattered field after that huge first corner incident. Dives down the inside. Higgins goes on through. Matthew takes the lead. There's Lewis behind Kai. He's trying to go by. Hunter in second place. At Stevens, Matisse from La France. Right there in 5 ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall, the former junior Rotax champion. Let's check out quickly some of the drivers involved in that. Martin Varga, Santari Lattinen. Yonkers was in it, as was Nud Nielsen. Emma Scarborough, she was involved, but she did avoid most of the damage. The American still circulating behind Kyle Tukru as Kai goes by. Hunter back in the lead. The all-new Carlos Sainz, the CS55 kart from OTK, together with the current Ferrari Formula 1 Grand Prix driver. As you see Stevens down the inside of Gilbert to go back into 3rd place. We settle into some sort of rhythm. It is kicking off behind though. Austin Lee, the German, Matisse from France, and Tommy van der Stroes. Papacena, Tyler Harris, Duncan Bulbarella, William Antrobus, superstar from the Argentine. Simon Bulbarella carved his way through that first corner incident, and the South American made up 10 places in the first 2 laps. Disjointed the start, but it's as hectic as ever as Kai Hunter defends from Matthew Higgins. The British champion behind the British champion. Kai Hunter gets some momentum in that middle sector, puts in a purple sector in fact. Pulls out 0.2 of a second in that sector, and you can see as Gilbert down the inside Lewis goes back on through. Nicely done by Gilbert, who won the final round of the Euro Trophy at his home circuit of PFI in 2023. Looking to start the Euro Trophy as he ended last year's Euro Trophy. He's now into second. Higgins back to third. Stevens, Caden McQueen, and Ethan Jeff Hall. Caden fighting with Vic. Goes on through the KR Sport driver. Ethan Jeff Hall for Sam Pollard Racing, the former junior Euro champion in the Xpree and P6, looking for a way by. He's got the speed but not the track position. Austin Lee, Tommy van der Stroyes. It is on in Senior Max. Harris going through. Pinto, Antrobes, Schegel, Boluet, Fracassi, Lepa, Lauren Herbal, Kaminski, Attila Tukru, Alexander Rafael Jesus, the Angolan, head of the American, Emma Scarborough. Hunter still in the race lead. There are the Craft Motorsport drivers. Tyler Harris, Jan Pinto, an up and down weekend for the Israeli. Hunter with the race lead, not for long. Lewis goes on through, nicely done by Gilbert. And still the Brits first, second and third. It's Gilbert from Hunter and Matthew Higgins. The Union Jacks first, second and third on our timing screens. Barella, the Argentine, behind Deke Duncan, head of Tyler Harris and Jan Pinto. This is the battle for the lead. Kai Hunter, the British driver for the German team, Craft Motorsports. Spectacular. This is into turn 6. Just a few moments ago, it is a passing opportunity. It is tight. World-class drivers. Hunter to give him room. Playing the long game is Kai. Even if he does finish in second, he will join Macaulay Bishop on the front row of the grid for the final. We believe, and I have to put a big what if question mark, asterisk, whatever you'd like behind this statement. We believe Macaulay Bishop will start on pole position for the final regardless. I think Kai back into the lead. Hunter for the Hunter Motorsport team. Not for long. Gilbert retakes him. They have to be careful here. Matthew Higgins for Den Holland Racing. He's now being caught by Tommy van der Stroyes and Vic Stevens. In fact, Vic's been passed. It's Caden McQueen who's gone on through. Here's Tommy in P4. The second Craft Motorsport entry. They're running in first and fourth. There is a yellow flag at the final corner for Kyle Tukru, the Estonian. The leaders are coming at the opposite end of the track. Kyle Tukru, the Estonian, has retired along with Anja Lavard. Anja Lavard, that is. She is out, unfortunately. It looks as though her weekend is over. Lewis Gilbert for Craft Motorsport. Head of Hunter Motorsport, the team of Kai and Reese Hunter. Based at the Warden Law Circuit just outside Sunderland in the King's England. There's the yellow flag, double waved yellow, cannot pass. So that gives Lewis some sort of breathing space. The first four pull away. We'll see who ignores the yellow flag this time. Yeah, there was one further back in the pack. Looking out the window. Pleading ignorance. I won't actually name the driver because it was picked up by the team here at Genk in Belgium. As we see Tommy van der Stroyes. Race officials saw the double waved yellow. It wasn't Tommy. He made the move under green. Let's just say the drivers somewhere between 15th and 20th did pass under full course yellow blatantly. Yeah, they've got news for the final this afternoon. As we see the German team running 1 and 3. This is Tommy van der Stroyes on Matthew Higgins up into turn 6. This was a clean pass. This was a green pass. And Tommy goes through on Matthew, but it's Lewis Gilbert for Craft Motorsport. The Blue Machines, they are racing Tony Kart chassis. And they run 1-2. Nicely done by van der Stroyes. The Dutchman goes through and follows his English teammate for the German team. Craft Motorsport 1-2. Hunter back into third. Then it's Higgins, Vic Stevens, Austin Lee, also for the German Craft Motorsport team. McQueen, Seidler, Ethan Jeff Hall in the background, Duncan. Hunter in position 3. 2 trios in the first 6. There's Austin Lee, the German-American-Filipino driver. In the third, Craft Motorsport karts, Austin in 347. 4 laps now remaining in our final pre-final of the morning. They come across the line, 0.0 between the 2 teammates, and they trade positions. Tommy van der Strooijers, Jan met die banaan, and the Dutchman goes into the lead. 3.5 laps remaining in pre-final B. Macaulay Bishop watching on from pit lane, can't be beaten, I think, for pole position for the final as we look at the 2 teammates to the left of your screen. Nice pass. Lewis gave him space. Lewis to start the outside second row of the grid for the final this afternoon, which will be live on Motorsport TV. There's Vic Stevens from Higgins, Lee, Tino Seidler from Switzerland, McQueen, Jeff Hall, Duncan. Tyler Harris drops back to 18th position. Bo Lowet is out. Bo Lowet has now retired. Had an incident out of 13th position as Rafael Jesus is put under investigation. I told you someone passed under full course yellow, or under double waved yellow I should say, and now we see Rafael Jesus is placed under investigation. Do speak too soon though, because apologies, Bo Lowet is still there, vice champion in the Rotax Grand Finals. It was a timing issue as he dropped off our screen, but he's still circulating. Head of Jan Pinto, Herbo, Antrobus, Bulbarella, Attila. 2 laps remaining though for the Craft Motorsport team drivers. Tommy from Lewis, Vic Stevens, the Belgian, here in Belgium. In P3, Higgins. Hunter's been passed. Austin Lee goes by. The Craft Motorsport drivers, 1, 2 and 5. Kai goes back to P6. Looks over his shoulder. He won the B&L Championship right there at this circuit in 2023. As we see Lewis back in the lead. At this stage of the race of the weekend of the pre-final, Macaulay Bishop on 2 points. Jaden Tingen on 9 points. Hunter on 9. Butcher on 9. Lewis Gilbert on 11 points. But with that move, it will update as they come across the line to start the last lap at the end of this one. Perfectly smooth from Lewis Gilbert, 3.43. Tommy is 3.54. Austin 3.47. Craft Motorsport from Germany. Racing in the Central European Zone Championships, the Italian Rotax Max Challenge, and of course, the World Finals and the Rotax Euro Trophy. They go 1-2 as we start the last lap of the pre-final. Lewis Gilbert, with that move, has got the race lead and moves to 4th overall in the points to start alongside Kai Hunter in the final this afternoon. The sun comes out to shine. This is the last lap of our last pre-final, round 1 of the 2024 Rotax Euro Trophy, presented for the very first time by WSK Promotion. There's Hunter, the pole sitter, in the new CS55 card in the background. 6th overall in this, the final lap of the race, but 4th on the grid provisionally for the final. They'll bolt on a new set of mojos as we race for the first round of the 2024 Rotax Euro Trophy here at GENK, the home of champions. Craft Motorsport go 1-2. Lewis from Tommy. Gilbert will take the checkered flag and the victory. Gilbert P4 overall, so provisionally will start grid 4 for the final. Macaulay Bishop to start on pole position. We'll get to that in just a moment. But Gilbert wins the pre-final, the Craft Motorsport team. What a performance, 1, 2 and 5. Gilbert, van der Strooijers, Stevens, Higgins and Austin Lee. Kai Hunter from pole position as it kicked off behind. It was Lewis Gilbert down into turn 4, and there was carnage which took out a good half a dozen drivers. 3 of which cut the circuit and were immediately placed under investigation. Paktovic Lipovic was also in that first corner incident, and the Hungarian was out. Kai Hunter assumed the race lead, but it was the Craft Motorsport drivers who fought back from being on the outside, the notorious outside, to get the way back into the lead. This was the move for the lead from Lewis Gilbert. Caden McQueen in the background going on through. The KR Sport driver would ultimately finish in P7. Kai and Lewis fighting there with Matthew Higgins, who would finish 4th for Den Holland Racing. But it was Tommy van der Stroes who took Kai Hunter to make it a Craft Motorsport 1-2. Vic Stevens down the inside of Higgins. That was a nice move going down into the chicane. The teammates traded positions. They did some mathematics down in pit lane. Lewis needed to win. Tommy gave him space. Lewis Gilbert wins the pre-final to line up on P4 for the final later this afternoon. Gilbert wins though. Craft Motorsport 1, 2 and 5 with Gilbert, Van der Strauss and Austin Lee. Stevens in P3. Matthew Higgins in 4th place. Kai Hunter, the pole sitter, coming home in P6 to start inside second row of the grid for the final. Caden McQueen, good drive from the Brit for KR Sports, Seidler Schlegel, and the former European junior champion Ethan Jeff Hall for Sam Pollitt Racing in P10. So the pre-finals are now done as the sun comes out to shine the 14th day of April here at GENK in Belgium, the home of champions. Round 1 of the Rotax Euro Trophy presented for the first time by WSK Promotion. 9 pre-finals raced here this morning, and the 5 finals getting underway at 2 o'clock local time, which is in about 50 minutes from now. Don't go too far away. It is great to have your company wherever you're watching us around the world, whether it's late in the evening over in the Far East or in the Oceania region, or if it's at midday here in Europe, or if it's early morning on the other side of the Atlantic. Don't go too far away. We will race the first of our finals, starting with DD2 Masters at 2 o'clock local time. We'll take a short break. We'll see you back here at GENK in Belgium as we race round 1 of the Rotax Euro Trophy live from GENK in Belgium. We'll see you at 2 local time. Rotax race of the series, of the new year, I should say. It was torrential. The rain down in Cambios for the Winter Cup. Ironically, here in beautiful Belgium, there's nothing but beautiful sunshine in a nation which is known famously for its weather changes. 239 drivers from around the world from 40 different nations racing here in the first of 4 rounds for 2024, the Rotax Euro Trophy. And in just a few moments, we'll race for the first time the DD2 Masters final. The karts are on the circuit before they do get underway with their 15-lap final. Let's check out some of the highlights from this week at GENK in Belgium. Our closing image there, the 517 Tony Kart of Nicolas Picol just crossing the line. He has fairly dominated so far this weekend. Nicolas Picol is the reigning champion in DD2 Masters, and in just a moment he'll start from pole position for the DD2 Masters final. Great to have your company. This is the first event of the Euro Trophy, the new collaboration, the new cooperation between the legendary, the world-famous Rotax Engine Company, the world-famous Rotax Racing Company of Austria, and WSK Promotion, celebrating their 19th year of world motorsport competition. The DD2 Masters drivers, 12 of them for the first round of the series. We are expecting that number to grow when we go to Wackersdorf Pro Kart Raceland in the south of Germany, in beautiful Bavaria, where we're hoping, we are praying for similar weather than we've got here this weekend in the Limburg region, not too far from the Dutch border. The karts on the circuit to the left of your screen is the reigning champion, the pole sitter, Nicolas Picol. Harold Zgarkaklis back with us after a layoff of the best part of the half-decade. The Latvian, you would say most likely to take the fight up to Nicolas Picol, but Igor Mulkin starts on the inside second row of the grid. We'll take a look at the grid in its entirety in just a moment. As the 1 minute board goes up, GENK in Belgium, the famous circuit built back in 1983 by the Lemons family, has hosted absolutely everything. Every driver has raced here. This is why it's called the home of champions. The current configuration, 1,360 metres, redeveloped about 2 decades ago, hosting everything: the B&L Series, the Belgian Championships, the Dutch Championships, the European Championships, the World Championships in 2018 as well, when Patrick Hayek took victory for Cosmic in KZ1, and the host venue for round 1 of the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge, the Euro Trophy. We'll take a look at the grid. Nicolas Picol starts on pole position, the reigning champion. Garkaklis out of grid 2, the Latvian. Igor Mulkin from the Mediterranean island of Cyprus out of 3. Adams, the now Dutchman, the Belgian Dutchman, out of grid 4. Martinias Tankovicius, also from Lithuania. Kapitan Konopka from Slovakia. And Sebastian Krapov in the Mach 1 karts. Karl Klubo, the Belgian, home track advantage for Bourvin Power 540. Andreas Brankush in the final row of the grid. Kamil Kubera in the Sodi karts, and Ricard Kalsims starting out of grid 12. Ricard and Andreas Brankush coming together in the pre-final. Yeah, it's sort of steering straight. You saw Harold Zgarkaklis, both hands off the wheel, testing the wheel alignment. It's sort of dipped here to the right a little bit. The Birol Art of 508, the Latvian. 5:17. There is Nicholas Pikol, and that's Igor Mulkin. Former race winner in the Euro Trophy is Igor Mulkin, but we have to go back to 2015 at Wackersdorf. The rental circuit, the bottom right, not only that is part of the original GENK circuit. The legendary circuit went back in the glory days when we had open tyre selection. They had to literally burn the rubber off the asphalt. We couldn't see the bitumen because the rubber was an inch deep. That's part of the original circuit. This is the new circuit developed 2 decades ago. Nicholas Pikol on pole position down in front of the grandstand. What a glorious day, springtime, the 14th day of April 2024, round 1 of the Rotax Euro Trophy. This is DD2 Masters, the final. The direct drive 2-speed kart developed by Rotax at this very circuit. It was launched. We'll speak about that during the broadcast if we get a chance. Running rich. Here's Nicholas Pikol, puts it in neutral and just puts the right foot flat to try and clear it. He starts on pole position. The reigning champion, Nicholas Pikol, DD2 Masters, round 1, the 2024 Rotax Euro Trophy here at GENK in Belgium, the home of champions. Harold's to the right of your screen. The Latvian up to the line. We race for the first time in the 2024 Rotax Euro Trophy. Pikol is gone. A perfect start from the Frenchman as Igor Mulkin goes up into second place. The Cypriot leads the Latvian as they go up into turn 6 for the first time. Super start from the reigning champion. Garkalis back into second place, but runs wide. Igor gets him back. Oh no, he doesn't. Harold holds him off for the moment as they go down through the chicane for the first time. Already an enormous lead in DD2 terms. Halfway through the opening of 15 laps, the DD2 Masters final here at GENK in Belgium. Garkalis back into second place, then Mulkin. We see Martinius Tankavicius trying to make his way up through the field. Tankavicius, of course, who won the season opening Winter Cup at Campillos in atrocious conditions down in the south of Spain. Tankavicius up in a P5 behind Christoph Adams, the sometime Belgian, the sometime Dutch driver who's been racing Rotax ever since the series, the category's inception some 2 decades ago. A storied career for Christoph Adams. At the moment, he's a step off the podium. So Pikol with a 1 second lead after the end of the first lap. It's Garkalis in second place. Christoph Adams on the podium in 2022 in the corresponding round of his championship. Christoph Adams, 555, the Belgian, now racing with a Dutch license. But for the most part of his career has raced in the French Championship. He comes across the line. Christoph in that 555 in 4th place. Behind the Cypriot, Igor Mulkin. There is 9/10 of a second between Nico Pikol and Harold Garkalis. That's Christoph Capitan going on through. Has been on the podium, well, in the top 5 more precisely in the past 3 years in the Rotax Euro Trophy. 4th in the past 2 years. We go back to 2021 when he finished 5th in the series. Christoph Capitan in 5.99 in P6 as Nicholas Pikol just rides over the ripple strip. The Tony Kart from the Birulat and the Cypriot of Igor Mulkin in 3rd place. Clean start for the DD2 Masters final as they go down into the pit sweeper to start lap 4. Looking for Martinius Tankavicius to come on strong, but he's been hassled by the French driver, Christoph Capitan, the second French driver. Of course, Nicholas in 1st place. There's Carl Clobol coming across the line. Kubera and Carl Sims, they had an incident just a lap ago. They have come together, but they're halfway behind, or half a lap behind the leaders as Nicholas Pikol looks over his left shoulder. Kubera just crosses the line now. Some 17 seconds off the race lead. Kubera in the Sodi Kart, the Czech driver. And Carl Sims, that's his second incident in the opening stages today in the pre-final. Came together with Andreas Brankush. And now with Ricard's Calcims, they still keep going as we look at this battle for 6. Or this battle of 6. Adams, then back to Martinius Tankavicius. Heading Christoph Capitan. There's Krapov in the Mac 1 cart. The German from Martin Konopka. Good performance from Martin. Konopka, then Brenkush and Karl Clairball in P10. Stays 9/10 of a second between Nicholas Pickle and Harold Skarkaklis. That's Igor Mulkin. P3 at the moment. Adams going on through in P4. Great performance from Igor Mulkin. We go back to 2015 when the Cypriot won in the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. That was at Wackersdorf almost 1 decade ago, the very German circuit where we race the next round of the championship. The last Euro race win for Igor Mulkin. Wackersdorf 2015, of course, we race there the second round of the championship on the 9th of June. We go before going to Franciacorta for the very first time on July 7, and the series final, the last day of August, right in the middle of the Italian summer under lights at the center of the karting universe, August the 31st at South Garda Karting Lonato. It's a circuit that Nicholas Pickle knows well because he's raced there in the past, most notably in KZ2. Looks over his left shoulder. The reigning champion, also French champion, Harold Skarkaklis in the barrel in second. The barrel art, I should say, in second. Igor Mulkin from Cyprus. The sun coming out to shine once again, 1/3 race distance. There are quite a few circuits down on the Mediterranean island of Cyprus, most notably the Daytona Raceway. A strong, a growing karting scene. Well, the Formula One World Championship calendar for 2025 was announced in the past few days. We have not yet announced the calendar for 2025, the Euro Trophy. Hey, how about a race down in Cyprus? Daytona Raceway? Sounds good, does it not? I'm sure Igor Mulkin likes the idea of that. He's in third. He's been caught by Adams. Tankavicius in P5 puts in a purple sector now. 3 seconds off the race lead. The Winter Cup race winner. He took the first European Rotax race of 2024 from Nico Pico. Here's Skarkaklis. Christoph Adams in 4th place. An incident further back involving one of the Saudi karts. It was Kubera who's come together with Calcimes. We just got a glimpse of those two in the background there. They are at risk of being lapped. They've rejoined, but Pico comes across the line. As you look at Igor Mulkin work the steering wheel on the 538 Tony card. They've lost a lot of time. Karl Clairball has retired. The Belgian here in Belgium is out. Pico back to Skarkaklis. There's Mulkin. Christoph Adams in P4 for the Shippers Racing Team. That's Mulkin going through. Christoph Adams. We go back to 2008. He was on the podium in Rotax here in GENK. In fact, it was 2007. That's how long Christoph Adams has been racing in Rotax. Last victory in the French Championship was the French Cup at Laval in 2018. At the moment, he's in P4 being called by Martinius Tankavicius. Krapov, Capitan, Konopka. Here's Brenkush going through. Andreas Brenkush for the KSB Racing Team of Austria. Racing in the Euro Trophy along with the Central European Championship. And also in the Rotax Max Italia Challenge as well. Krapov in P6 in the Mac 1 kart. Bastian, the German driver, 510. He's in P6. The German driver in the German kart. The Mac 1 chassis, which won the Formula 8 Championship with David Henkemeyer back in 2002. Bastian Krapov in P6. Tankavicius is ahead of him. And he's got Christoph Capitan behind. Martin Konopka. As Nicholas comes across the line, we'll check the gap. It's 1.9. We'll call it 2 seconds. Nicholas Pico is pulling away. He's got a 54.540 as the fastest lap of the race as well. Perfect drive from the Frenchman. DD2 Masters Round 1 of 2024. The Rotax Euro Trophy here at GENK in Belgium, the home of champions. Unfortunately, Camille Kubera has retired, as has Ricard Calcimes. Calclebo, the Belgian, as well, the 3 retirements. Pico comes across the line. We'll see if the gap is getting larger. It is 2.1 seconds. Harold Skarkarkles P2, but has not got an answer for the Frenchman. The reigning European champion, French champion, French Cup champion, has also raced in the French Long Circuit Championship as well, including at the ferociously fast Carole circuit on the outskirts of Paris, bordering the Charles de Gaulle airport, where Rotax Max has raced in long circuit form on the 2,055 metre circuit. Nicholas has raced there both in Rotax and in KZ2, where speeds do genuinely pass, I'm not exaggerating, more than 115 miles an hour. 4 laps now remaining. Picol puts in a purple sector. He's pulling away the reigning champion who finished P2 at Campios in the season opening Winter Cup. Behind Martinius Tankavicius. He's in P5. That's Igor Mulkin. The Cypriot behind the Latvian, the Frenchman. 3.5 laps from victory in the opening race, the opening round, and he puts in a 54.455. The Tony Karts in 3rd place. Igor Mulkin back on the podium. Finished 3rd, did the Cypriot last year in the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain. That was in the all-new electric, the E20 Masters class. Igor Mulkin looking at another podium. His last was in Bahrain in the Middle East at the Bahrain International Circuit, the incredible Bahrain International Circuit, which has twice hosted the Grand Finals. There is Mulkin. He was P3 in the E20 electric class in 2021, of course. Bahrain hosting the Rotax Grand Finals for the first time. This year we go to Sarno, Circuito Internazionale Napoli in the south of Italy, for the biggest kart racing event in the world, the Rotax Max Grand Finals, celebrating 1/4 of a century of world competition. There's Christoph Adams, still off the podium. Looks behind Tankavicius, now up into P4. Adams falls back to 5. We go back to 2007, the Rotax Euro Series. In Senior Max, and Christoph Adams was on the podium. That was almost 2 decades ago at this circuit. I'm trying to stretch my memory. I'm going to say it was on the new configuration, which we've got here this afternoon. The circuit was upgraded to this 1,360 metre length. Just a year or 2 prior off memory. I'll stand corrected on that. Regardless, Christoph Adams on the podium back in 2007. But at the moment, this afternoon, it looks as though he's going to miss out. The Frenchman, certainly not though. Nicolas Picol on his penultimate lap of the race, a perfect drive. He took pole position earlier in the weekend, 48 hours ago, with a 54.059. Fastest lap of the race, a 54.455 this time. He's controlling the pace, 2.7 seconds clear. Clips the ripple strip. Comes across the line to start. Son Dunia-Dua. Garkarkles in 2nd, caught by Igor Mulkin, the fight for P2. There's just a couple of tenths between the Latvian and the Cypriot. Nicolas Picol on his way to victory, the 2023 Rotax Max Euro Trophy DD2 Masters champion. Goes down the back straight for the final time. Staring at the temperature gauge, obviously, because he puts the blind back down on the radiator. As we see Capitan fighting with Christoph Adams down through the final corners for the final time. A superb performance all weekend from Nicolas Pico. He's enjoying himself out there, throws it down through the right-hander. And maintenant, le dernier virage pour le pilote français. The final corner for the French driver. The checkered flag is about to wave. Nicolas Pico, the reigning champion, a perfect weekend here at GENK in Belgium. He wins round one. DD2 Masters for 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Harold Skarkaklis back is the Latvian on the podium in second place. Igor Mulkin back on the podium also for the Cypriot in P3. Andreas Brancusi crosses the line in position 9 as the final finisher. A perfect weekend. Viva la France! Nicolas Pico, pole position, dominates the weekend and wins round one here at GENK in Belgium, the home of champions. Pico is perfect. Garkalis, second is Harolds. Igor Mulkin, the Cypriot P3. Martinius Stankovic, who won the Winter Cup in Campios, misses the podium but fights back for P4. Adams 5, Christophe Capitan, the second Frenchman P6. Krapov, Martin Konopka from Slovakia, and Andreas Brancusi, the KSB Racing Team driver from Austria. For the Austrian team, here's the final finisher. A perfect start to the afternoon. DD2 Masters and the reigning champion has taken victory. Stay with us on Motorsport TV, the first of our 5 podiums live from GENK in Belgium in just a moment. The drivers making their way down to the podium. Here comes Harold. Welcome back to the Latvian, who stands on the podium. We'll in just a moment with Igor, Harold, and the reigning champion, Nicholas. DD2 Masters, round 1 of 2024, Rotax Max Euro Challenge. In third place, from Cyprus, Igor Mukin. Second place, the Latvian, Harold Karkaklis. P2 at the season opening Winter Cup in Campios, but the reigning champion starts the 2024 series in position 1. The winner of GENK here in Belgium from La France, Nicolas Picot. To present the third place trophy, Mr. Oronzo Dibari representing WSK Promotion to the third place, Igor Mukin. Calling forward Mr. Koen Lemmens from Karting GENK, the home of champions, to present the second place trophy to Harold Karkaklis of Latvia. And Mrs. Sarah Daru to present the winning trophy to the race winner, Nicholas Picot, representing Rotax Racing. The winner is Nicholas. And also the winning team, the self-entered driver for Tony Kart, Nicholas Picot, presented with the trophy again by Koen Lemmens, representing Karting GENK for Home of Champions. The national anthem of La France. The podium for DD2 Masters, round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. In third place, Igor Mukin. Second, Harold Karkaklis. And the winner here at GENK from France, Nicholas Picot. Stay with us on Motorsport TV, the DD2 final live from GENK in just a moment. Back here at GENK in Belgium for the second of our finals here this afternoon, DD2. The original direct drive two-speed category, 39 drivers from around the world for round 1 of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. Enzo Boll, a last-minute entry for SP Motorsport, driving for Stampex. We'll start from pole position. Before we do race, let's check out some of the highlights from this week in DD2 here at GENK. Enzo Bolt to the left of your screen. He's racing in KZ2. He raced in the WSK Super Masters Series to start 2024. A last-minute entry. It is their home circuit. I'm talking about SP, Stampex Motorsport. So he was a last-minute entry. And Enzo goes and puts 4-2-1 Kart Republic on pole position. This is the DD2 final, racing over 15 laps. 39 drivers for round one of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. This will be a spectacular race, I promise you. Of course, Martijn van Leeuwen, he won the series last year from Enzo Bolt. And David Alletner, who's had a quiet run so far this weekend, third in last year's series. David, who was on the podium in the season opening Winter Cup, third last year in the Euro Trophy. There is Enzo to the left, now right in the centre of your screen. David Alletner back on the 9th row of the grid for the Shepherds Racing Team. Enzo Bolt, 4-2-1, racing in KZ2, and this weekend, DD2 for SP Motorsports. Still just a moment or two before the start. Great to have your company watching us live. 239 drivers, increasing numbers for the Euro Trophy here at GENK in Belgium, the home of champions. Thomas Biersteins, what a story this is. The Birilat 411, the Latvian who started racing in the Saudi World Series rental car competition just a few years ago, now lines up on the inside second row of the grid. Maxim Didix, outside second row for the Belgian, for the Shepherds Racing Team. 36 karts on the grid. We'll take a look at the grid for you in full in just a moment. Enzo, the Dutchman, to start from the eerste positie. There is Paul Volkerman, the fastest qualifier, 4.13 for the Dams Racing Team. The Belgian team from nearby Heel, or Yellow as it roughly translates into English. The team of Jan Daams. The legendary team of Daams Racing from nearby Heel. Former drivers include current IndyCar driver Rinus van Kamtal, who's, well, in recent years changed his name to Rinus VK. He is a former Dams driver, Paul Volkerman, who took pole position in time qualifying on Friday. Starts on the inside fourth row of the grid. Just a moment or two before the start, Enzo Bolt for the Stampex Motorsport team on pole position. The green flag flies. 36 direct drive, two-speed Rotax karts set off for their formation lap, most likely to be 2. We'll take a look at the grid. Enzo starts on pole position. Patrick's Loch Mellis, who won the Winter Cup, starts out at grid 2. Thomas Biersteins, MRG Racing, alongside Maxim Didix on the second row of the grid. Bendes Schabel, superb from the Hungarian this week. Run now Vera's former World Finals champion, Paul Volkerman for Daams Racing. Fastest qualifier out of 7 alongside Antoine Barbereau, who won the pre-final this morning. Christiansen, Nikita Jentzer for Dor Motorsport, powered by SP engines. David Maslakovic alongside Noah Hipp. Zenderu, the Belgian, now Slovenian, out of 13. Victor Bay, Axel Saniala, another former World Finals champion. Hannes Marina, Shulko, Alletner, third in the championship last year, down in 18th. Baccaglini, P5 in the pre-final this morning, ahead of Dylan LaHaye. Zelenko, Leon from Croatia, Christiansen, Aaron Krepchik, Rodolkas, 10-shirt. Ellswood, the sole Brit in the final. Nico Guillaume, Fabian Bach, Mats Overhoff, Jules Cousin out of 30. Victor Sendin, Dritten Praus from, say that again, Marco Dritten Praus from Austria, the KRT racing team. Chinabok, the Belarusian, Aljaz Fitmar, AKK, Brian Ansher and Louis Koch for Dawn Motorsport on grid 36. Just going down the back straight for the second time. Enzo Boll looking for a storming drive from Mats Overhoff for Dawn Motorsport. Starts out of grid 29. It will be an almighty drive for the German just to make it into the top 10. He did win, though, the Rotax Grand Finals in the electric Rotax, the E20 class in Bahrain some 5 months ago. The Dawn Motorsport team driver in the Kart Republic 417. Springtime, as you can see by the flowers blooming on the infield. Beautiful weather here in beautiful Belgium. This is Genk, the home of champions. Round 1 of the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Enzo Boll for SP Motorsport in the Kart Republic. On pole position, Patrick Lockmellis. On the outside front row of the grid for MRG Racing. .36 direct drive, 2-speed karts form up. Enzo Boll in grid 1. Welcome to Genk, welcome to the home of champions. This is the DD2 final. Enzo on pole position, we race. Maxim Didex looks for space as he dives down the inside. Patrick Lockmellis has little choice but to hang around the outside. He's over the ripple strip, but holds on to position 3. Enzo takes the lead. Nice start from Boll, last year's vice champion in this, the Rotax Euro Trophy in DD2. We are looking out for David Alvetner, who started way back. Did the pole on the 9th row of the grid for the Shepherds racing team. He was 3rd in the series last year. He was 3rd in the season opening Rotax Winter Cup. Look for a storming start from the pole in the 465 Kart Republic. Clean start for the DD2 final. Super launch from Enzo Boll. The field come down in front of the grandstand, down into the pit sweeper for the first time. Already a handsome lead from Enzo Boll. He'll come across the line to lead lap 1. Head down behind the steering wheel. We'll check the speeds. 117 k's an hour, 119 k's an hour for Paul Faucomard, the fastest qualifier for Dams Racing in P7. Head of Antoine Barbaros, super start from Zendaroo. The former Belgian, now Slovenian on what was his once home circuit, up into P9 as they fight for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Maxim Didex, Patrick Lockmellis and Thomas Bierstens. There's Ben Charbot, the Hungarian, in position 5, just holds the place in the 496 Birolart. Antoine Barbaro, who had a great run to win the pre-final this morning. There's the Sodi kart, just going through in the background. Paul Faucomard, 413. Trying to make a place. He's in 7th place at the moment. He's in 6th place because he goes down the inside and takes the Hungarian. Ben Charbot, but he gets him back on the exit. Charbot ahead of Faucomard. That's Lockmellis. From Thomas Bierstens, Maxim Didex. For the Shepherds racing team, also in a Kart Republic. In P4 from Charbot, who rides the ripple strip. Right behind him, the fastest qualifier, who's moved out the way. Rania Vides, last year's Rotax Max Grand Finals champion, just moves him. Wow! Rania Vides makes the place controversially. Just moves him on over. Barbarou goes on through. Maslakovic, Daru back a place. Charbot on the inside. Oh, wow! Charbot holds the place in position 4. As they come onto the straight, well, he had track position, as we see Faucomard now on the inside of Maxim Didex. The Frenchman on the Belgian. Maxim Didex was on the podium earlier on in the race provisionally, but he's fallen back into 5th place, fighting with Faucomard, Vires, Barbarou, Zendaroo, Maslakovic, no hit. Alletner's up to 12. David Alletner, there's the pole in the background. Coming onto the straight in the 465. Shepard's racing Cut Republic. We'll check the times of the poll as well. David Alletner ahead of Victor Bay Christensen, Hannes Morin, and the only Italian in the final here this afternoon, Leonardo Baccaglini, who's ahead of the former World Finals champion, Axel Saniala, who won Senior Max in 2019 at Sano. Zendaru with a purple sector. We start lap 5. Look at the lead from Enzo Bol. 1.6 seconds, 1.7. He goes purple. There's Locke Mellis, Thomas Bierstens, Chabo, Paul Faucorman at the moment off the podium. The French driver for the Belgian team from nearby Kiel. No surprise, the bottom left of your screen, to see Enzo Bol go fastest. There's Faucorman on the podium. Would you believe, we go back to La Conca, Muro Lechese World Final. He was third in the 2008 Rotax Grand Finals. Also won the French Championship a year prior. Just look at the rear bumper there. 417. Thomas Bierstens in 411. There's Chabo going through. Let's hope for the Latvians' place, the second Latvians' place. I should say that it is still in place. The Latvians are second and third. So Enzo Bol settles into a rhythm, 1.9 seconds. Clear of the two Latvians, Chabo, the Hungarian, Paul Faucorman, the Frenchman. Yeah, French champion back in KF3 as it was back in 2007. Last victory for Paul Faucorman on the international scene was when he won at Laval in the French Championship, but that was 6 years ago now in 2018. As we say, a big move down the inside by the Birolov Shirko, who actually takes David Alletner. So David back to 15. He's not going to make the podium today. He's just been passed by Maxim Shurko. Nice pass by the Lithuanian to go by the pole, who was third in last year's series. Enzo across the line at 117 k's an hour. Identical top speed for the two Latvians. Faucorman going through Vera, Zendaru, Didix, Hip, Maslakovic. That was Babaru ahead of Christensen. And Victor Bay, the two Danes, ahead of Hannes Morin. Axel Saniala back in 19th place. Rotax Grand Finals winner in 2019. A world-class field here at GENK this weekend. He will not make the podium. Zendaru in position 7, the now Slovenian in 4:04. Did not set a time in qualifying. There he is going on through. Had to come from the back of the pack. He's now up into 7th place from grid 13. Trying to chase down the driver in front of him, Ranja Vidas, last year's Grand Finals champion. Enzo Bol 2.2 seconds clear. Locke Mellis, Bierstens. The two Latvians from Bendes Chabo. Great performance from Bendes, still looking at his maiden breakthrough. Big international victory. He was 11th in the Grand Finals. At the moment, he's a step off the podium behind the two Latvians. There's Faucorman from Vidas to Rue. Maxim Vidas, Noah Hip, Maslakovic, Babaru, Christensen. That was Victor Bay going through ahead of Morin and Shurko. Leon Zelenko making places as he follows through Dylan LaHaye. And this is Dylan's teammate, Enzo Bol, who rides that violent bump on the penultimate corner here at GENK in Belgium. Locke Mellis and Bierstens. The OTK cards have dominated the entry here. Have not done an exact count, but I should do that for you. 239 drivers. Approximately 2/3, if not 3/4, are OTK machines. But at the moment, it's Cut Republic leading two Birolats. It's a Dutchman from two Latvians. Bendes Chabo also in a Birolat, so 3 Birolats in fact. Then back to Paul Faucorman. The Dams racing team in the 413 Tony Cup. This is just over half race distance. 6 laps remaining at the end of this one. Chabo going through. Faucorman fighting from Vera, Zendaru. Maxim Vidas, Noah Hip, Maslakovic in P10. Enzo Bol is streeting them here. Looks over his shoulder and says, "Come and get me, boys." The Dutchman's too quick. SP Motorsport, the Card Republic. Stan Pex, former international champion himself, WSK champion, and the owner of SP Motorsport, tuning the engine superbly across the line last time at 117 k's an hour. Fastest was David Maslakovic, just 2 clicks quicker at 119, so there's really nothing different performance-wise from the DD2, the direct drive 2-speed engines. Car chassis setup and tuning as the sun comes out to shine. Enzo Bol, 5 laps remaining. There's Ben Charbot. The Beryl Arts, 2, 3 and 4. The Latvian, 2nd and 3rd. The Hungarian, Bender, 11th. In the Grand Finals last year, a step off the podium for Kormana. The fastest qualifier, needs a miracle to make the podium here. Viras and Zendaru right behind. Direct drive 2-speed, the original RM1 concept car was launched at this very circuit, the original GENK Belgium circuit. It was a prototype developed by Stoddykart, launched here back in 2000, together with the European Formula A and Super A championships back some 24 years ago. As we see one kart in the background into the grass, it was Axel Saniala. The Finn has retired from P19. The former Grand Finals champion is out. There's Enzo Bol, 4 laps remaining, just getting back quickly to the history of this fabulous category. The axle going through the gearbox, the original version, launched here at GENK. The original GENK as part of the European Championships. Formula A and Super A, where Heikki Kovalainen won for Ford Racing, and Lewis took victory for Dino Chiesa MBM 24 years ago. That same weekend, the first ever DD2 prototype, it was an RM1 concept, was launched on the original track here at GENK, together with the GKS Lemons Kart Shop, and it actually, if you do remember, had a reverse gear. That was soon abandoned, but it has brought us this, the DD2 category, 39 drivers from around the world. Enzo Bol, 2nd in last year's series. Vice champion to Martin van Leeuwen. A last-minute entry, and it looks as though we'll see him at Wackersdorf. Pro Kart Race Lane for round 2. Charbot now close to the back to Thomas, who goes wide, misses the apex. 3 laps now remaining, the slightest error from Thomas Bierstens. In the background, Viras, Zendaru, and Paul Forkomana. Clips the Rupel strip, does Bender. Charbot in the 496 Beryl Art on the back of the 2 Latvians. Patrick Lockmelis. A little bit of breathing space. He's got 2.5 seconds of space as we see Axel Saniala's abandoned kart in the background. He's out. Enzo Bol, 2 laps remaining. He's dominating the DD2 final. Purple sector in this lap as well. Thomas looking worried is the Latvian. Looking at a breakthrough podium here to start 2024. Penultimate lap, look at that from Enzo, into the 53s. That is superb. Enzo Bol is absolutely dominating. 53.445, they won't match that. That was the time set by Paul Forkomani in qualifying. The Frenchman still in position 7, has fallen back behind Ranyar Viedas, and Zendaru now up in a P5. Enzo Bol, a purple sector again on the penultimate lap of the race. SP Motorsport, Stan Pex finishing 2nd as a driver in KZ2, the European Championships. Driving, I want to say it was an Intrepid in 2015, as we see Charbot down the inside. On the last lap of the race, the Hungarians up onto the podium. Stan Pex Motorsport will win with Enzo Bol. Just getting back to finish that point, he was 2nd on the podium to Alexander Schmitz. 2015, maybe it was 16, but this was the fight for the final step of the podium at Charbot. Into the final corner, that's where Thomas was struggling. The Hungarian splits the 2 Latvians. Enzo Bol on his way to victory. The Dutchman de laatste ronde in de eerste positie. Enzo Bol, a last-minute entry for SP Motorsport, vice champion in 2023. We'll see him at Varkersdorp Pro Kart Raceland for round 2. He rounds the final corner. Enzo Bol is about to take the checkered flag. He wins round 1 of the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy at GENK in Belgium. Lochmellis P2, Ben Deschapel on the podium with that penultimate lap pass. He's taken Thomas for third. The Netherlands, Latvia, and Hungary. 1, 2, 3 at GENK in Belgium, the home of champions. Heartbreak for Thomas Bierstens, who misses the podium by a lap and 1 corner. Enzo Bol dominates with the fastest lap of the race. Starts from pole position. The Kart Republic wins. From pole position, as we take a look at the highlights of the DD2 final, was pushed up the inside by Thomas Bierstens. Lochmellis around the outside and then up into second place. He went by Maxim Didix. That was Ben Deschapel. He also took to Belgium and ran him off the line. Says, no, this place is mine. Schugo with a big move down the inside to take David Alletner, who was third in last year's championship. Ultimately, the pole would finish way down in P19. The penultimate corner, the penultimate lap. Bende goes on through, Lochmellis second, but Enzo Bol dominates the DD2 final to win here at GENK. Kart Republic from 3 Viral Arts in an entry dominated by OTK Machines. Enzo van the Netherlands takes the win here at GENK. Patrick's Lochmellis, great ride. The Latvian P2, Ben Deschapel, the Hungarian. Wow, on the podium in third place with that fabulous pass on the last corner of the penultimate lap. David Alletner, you can see, down in 19th place, third in last year's championship. Behind Leon Shalenko, ahead of Aaron Krepchik. But the day belongs to the Dutchman, Enzo Bol, SP Motorsport. He has won round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, and the Dutchman will stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment.
Dream of sun.
The drivers make their way down to the podium for the DD2 podium presentation. The Rotax caps go on ahead of Bender, Patricks and Enzo. What a dominant performance. Enzo, last minute entry for last year's vice champion. The Dutchman wins here just over the Dutch border. Here at GENK, the home of champions, the famous Belgian circuit. The drivers make their way up to the podium. The podium for DD2, round one of the 2024 Rotax Max Euro Trophy. In third place with a super drive and a penultimate lap pass from Hungary, Bender Szabó. Second place, the Latvian Patricks Lokmelis. The winner of the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge, he dominated in DD2 in de eerste positie van the Netherlands, Enzo April. And representing the winning team, SP Motorsport, Stan Pex. With great pleasure, we'd like to ask Mr. Koen Lemons to present the third place trophy to Bender Szabó of Hungary. With even greater pleasure, we ask the great man himself, Mr. Paul Lemons, to present the second place trophy to Patricks Lokmelis of Latvia. Mrs. Sarah Daru, representing Rotax Racing, to present the first place trophy to the winner of round one here at GENK, Enzo April of the Netherlands. And Mr. Koen Lemons, representing Karting GENK, the home of champions, to the winning team, SP Motorsport, represented by Stan Pex. The national anthem of the Netherlands. The podium for round one of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2. Third place, Bender Szabó. Second, Patricks Lokmelis. And the winner from the Netherlands, Enzo April. Stay with us on Motorsport TV. The mini final in just a moment.
I feel like I linger between the
The Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, the 25th edition, the biggest kart racing event in the world, as you saw, to take place at Circuito Internazionale Napoletano at the end of October this year. 36 Mini Max karts are on the grid. Beautiful sunshine here in beautiful Belgium. We're about to race the mini final over 9 laps. Zdeněk Babicek will start on pole position alongside Albert Friend, who won the season opening Winter Cup. Before we race, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at GENK. If history is any guide, stand by, because this promises to be the most spectacular race of the afternoon. This is Mini Max. The Mini drivers arriving here at the GENK circuit this weekend. 239 drivers. A fabulous entry for round 1 of the 2024 series, including 54 in Mini Max. Last year's champion, Jacob Ashcroft, he won't defend the title because the Brit, the Englishman from Bristol, is racing in Junior Max in just a moment. We'll have a new champion, most likely, actually certainly. But some of the returning names from last year are on the grid, including Albert Friend, but you look at AJ Bullgraf, the fastest qualifier for SP Motorsport. Starts on the second row of the grid. 36 Mini Max cars to race ferociously over 9 laps here at GENK in Belgium. Zdeněk to the left of your screen. That's the Z in Teps Racing. The younger brother, the younger sibling, Teps, Tereza, Eliška, Petra Babičková, along with their younger brother Zdeněk, who starts on pole position in the Czech kart. It's an MS kart. To the right of your screen, Albert Friend, who won the season opening Winter Cup. He was third last year, behind Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft in the Euro Trophy. Albert Friend for Strawberry Racing, the legendary British team of Paul Spencer, who have won everything in World Rotax Racing over the past 2 decades. They have had some superstar drivers and have got another one in the form of young Albert Friend, who leads the charge for the British team, Strawberry Racing. Let's take a look at the grid. Zdeněk Babicek is on pole position alongside Albert Friend, the fastest qualifier. AJ Bullgraf out of 3. Zajic for DHR, Warner also for Den Holland Racing, Tom Reed, Nikita Lubomov, Harry Taylor, Oliver Spencer, and Vince van der Halen. Patrikas, Jochis, Jensen Chalk, former Grand Finals champion in Micromax. Starting out of grid 11 is the Brit. Mayers Martinez, we have to watch out for Mayers, the Lithuanian, who has been stormingly quick in the heats. Luca Holmes, Balach, Khan, Lawrence, that's Ava, the Australian from the Emirates. Aaron Unludigan, Riley Moreau with a super drive in the pre-final this morning. Mark Caseta and Bertolacini from Argentina. Minto, Rivas, Schernegger, Peruzzi, Rosa. Then we go to Seidel, Vic van Kampenhout, Goodson, Jan Verbeke, and Alfie Ward for Brand Racing, also from the Emirates. Walker, Ari Kallenberg, another Emirati with the British team. Velechko, Kieran Stewart, Mikkel Krantins in the parallel alongside Boris Maligranda from Poland for Dan Holland Racing. Burgraff took pole position in qualifying, late signing for the SP Motorsport team, also took pole position last week for the B&L Series. Starts on the inside second row, but it's the Czech, Zdenek, who will lead the field up. 36 125cc Mini Max karts, round one, the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. But this is the Belgian Cup for the Mini Max drivers. The winner of this race to line up on the grid at this year's Rotax Grand Finals at Sano at the end of October. The Belgian Cup for Mini Max. Zdenek on pole position. Leads the field around slowly. Beautiful sunshine here in beautiful Genk, not far from the Dutch border. Genk, the home of champions, the famous, the historic circuit built by the Lemmens family in its original form back in 1983. The Czech on pole position. Albert out of grid 2. We race. Good start from Albert, friend. He goes around the outside. Martinez is almost pushed into the grass. The Lithuanian, as we see 2-3 cuts off. Spencer getting airborne. Manages to hold on. In fact, it was Taylor who went straight over the ripple strip. It's Albert, friend, in second place. Danny Babacek has got the race lead. There's Bullgraf in position 4. He's just behind Oliver Warner. Good start from the DHR driver. And he defends from Decline the Dutchman in P4. Zdenek Babacek in the Czech MS kart has got the race lead. Tom Reed is out. It was Reed off in the grass. Tom knows second year back in the Rotax Euro Trophy. Tom Reed is out after barely 100 metres. Babacek leads them across the line for the first time. Here comes Zdenek. We take a look at what happened off the start. Watch for Tom Reed. AJ Bullgraf got launched. Reed into the grass and out, as is Oliver Spencer. Spencer also out. Two of the expected front runners have retired. Good start from Jensen Chalk. I speak too soon. Off into the grass in the background. It's Riley Moreau. Chalk was just ahead. Jensen, the former Micromax Grand Finals champion, just got clear of that battle. He's now behind Van der Halen and AJ Bullgraf. Taylor's in 5. And Nikita Lupamov now settles into a rhythm. Nikita, the Dutch Minimax champion, the Belgian champion, looking to take out the Euro Series. Is Nikita in 1:45. Started on the 4th row of the grid for Buvan Power. We'll see where he comes across the line. There is young Nikita, the Estonian. He's in P5 behind Taylor. It is Zdenek Babacek. Watch this in the background. Riley Moreau. Oh, wow, that was a big hit. Did manage to keep it going. He's down in 27th position as we've got a change for the lead. Albert Friend up the inside. Babacek back into second place. We've got a new race leader, ladies and gentlemen. He's from the Kings England. Albert Friend for the legendary British team Strawberry Racing has got the race lead. Zdenek Babacek turned in only to find the 191 Strawberry Racing Tony car powered by the Cream Engine Rotax in the lead, but now Zdenek responds down into the right-hander in front of the grandstand. They ride that violent bump. Zdenek Babacek being pushed by Reed. On the outside goes Warner, Taylor, and Nikita Lubomov. Now it's kicking off. We start lap 4, the Minimax final, round 1 of the Euro Trophy. Zdenek has still got the race lead. Albert Friend, there goes around the outside, Oliver Warner. 1, 2, 3's in P4. We've lost one of the Tony carts. Spinning at the back, it may well have been Lubomov who drops down the order. Manages to keep going. It was Nikita. And now Taylor's out. Wow! Taylor is out. Lubomov is out. Zdenek Babacek manages to hold the lead. Rides up over the back of the 1-2-3 car, does Warner. Or off Warner, I should say, is Zdenek Babacek. Well, he won't make a friend out of Albert, pun intended, as we see 1-2-3. Oliver Warner around the outside. Shoot on by, and now he tries to attack Zdenek. He's white lining it. And this is not even half race distance. Another crash. Reed is out. This is not the cleanest race in history. There's our assistant race director, Mr. Marco Catalino, down on the circuit, saying let's keep it clean, but it's not happening. Babacek from Warner. Albert Friend, Jensen Chalk come together. Jan Verbeke as well. There is a yellow flag at the final corner. Jernega has retired. Zdenek Babacek is defending for his life. The Czech stares behind. Oliver Warner is pushing him for Dan Holland Racing. They go down through the chicane. There is still a yellow flag at the bottom of the circuit where they'll be approaching in around about 15 seconds from now. Zdenek Babacek, sideways goes Warner. He loses the place. Van der Halen goes on through. Here comes AJ Bullgraf for SP Motorsports. Remember him? He qualified on pole position 48 hours ago. He's so far avoided the carnage, and at the moment, as we move into the second half of the Minimax final, he's a step off the podium. Carney's up into P5. In the CS55 car, this is a great drive from Khan, who's come from grid 15. Hasnain Khan trying to get onto the podium as Warner and Van der Halen fight. Here's AJ Bullgraf, Luca Holmes-Balach in the background for KR Sport. Down through the chicane. Now Zdenek has got a little bit of breathing space. Van der Halen behind him. Martinez, who did not set a time in qualifying, was 54th. 48 hours ago, came storming through to finish in 9th, 8th and 9th respectively from grid 25 in each of his heats. And now the Paralin from Lithuania. The Paralin from grid 15, he's in 7th. Here is Martinez across the line as Van der Halen defends. AJ down the inside. What a move from the Kleiner Dutchman. Touches with Warner, but his day's over. Bullgraf is out. AJ Bullgraf. This is turning into a demolition derby, and it's to the benefit of the Lithuanian. Martinez is now in P4, a step off the podium. Luca Holmes-Balach just behind. Bullgraf is out. He's not the only one. We've also lost Friend, Chalk, Jernega, Rivas, Tom Reed, and Oliver Spencer. Zdenek Babacek now finds some rhythm. He's got 2 laps to race. He's got half a second clear over Vince van der Halen. The Bouvan Power entry. There is Martinez. What a comeback. What a drive from Mayes from Lithuania. In the Paralin, he's now in P4. Shadows Oliver Warner. There's the Dan Holland Racing entry just ahead of his battle. Luca Holmes-Balach for KR Sport. Warner, P3. He won 7 days ago right here in the first round of the BNL Series. He's on the back. Oh, sorry, Luca Holmes-Balach. He's on the back of Martinez. And then Warner, who looks behind him, looking at another podium. But at the moment, it's not the top step. Penultimate lap of the race as they go down through the chicane. Vince van Kampenhout is the fastest on circuit. Vic has come from grid 27. He's up into 7th place. He's storming through the field. Van Kampenhout, what a drive. He's got a lap to make up 4 positions. It's not likely, but it's not impossible either. This is the last lap. Zdenek Babacek crosses the line. The gap, 0.5 of a second. Vince van der Halen. Warner, and then Martinez. Oliver Warner, P3 at the moment for Dan Holland Racing. Luca Holmes-Balach. As we see Vic van Kampenhout up the inside. He's come from grid 27. What a drive. He's in B6. Unbelievable from Vic in the bottle. Green 1-1-2. Tony Kart. Martinez defense from Luca. Down through the chicane. Zdenek Babacek surely has got enough distance. The Czech driver, the Czech kart in the MS karts for the Tips racing team. Van der Halen in second place. Martinez fighting with Luca. Vic around the outside into the final corner. Zdenek Babacek will win the Belgian Cup. Round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge for Minimax. He comes across the line. He takes the checkered flag. A wild Minimax final, but the Czech wins it from pole position. Vince van der Halen P2 and Oliver Warner, the first Brit, on the podium in third place. Babacek wins in the MS kart. The Czech driver from the Czech Republic in the Czech kart in a Minimax final, the Belgian Cup, which resembled a demolition derby at the end. Take a look at the highlights of a wild final here. Zdenek Babacek from pole position, pushed by AJ as friend went around the outside. We lost Reed and Spencer on the first lap of the race. Riley Moreau went rallycross at the top of the circuit halfway through as Albert Friend briefly did take the lead, did the Rotax Winter Cup champion from Campillos. Zdenek back in place. He says, no, this race is mine. As the field behind eliminated each other, including that incident right there. Chalk would retire. And he wasn't the only one. Albert Friend going out as well. Zdenek Babacek back in P1. That was the end of Albert's race. Coming together with Jensen Chalk, the two British drivers. Vince van der Halen, the Boulevard Power up into second, where he would ultimately finish defending for his life from Oliver Warner. Bulgraf, the fastest qualifier, looked as though he'd get up onto the podium. Vince fought with Oliver. That was a sensational move from Jan Bulgraf. Made the slightest contact with Oliver Warner, who was able to get clear just. Vic van Kampenhout, what a drive from grid 27 to come home in 7th place. Martinez misses the podium by a single position. Warner third. Vince van der Halen second. Zdenek, the Czech Babacek, wins the Belgian Cup for Minimax here at GENK in Belgium. The Teps racing team and the national anthem of the Czech Republic will ring out here in the Limburg countryside imminently. Vince van der Halen from here in Belgium second. Oliver Warner does survive. And the Dan Holland racing driver on the podium in third. Martinez, what a comeback from the back of the grid in qualifying. Luca Holmes-Balach. And it was Kahn van Kampenhout from grid 27 ahead of Nikita Lubomov, Zajac, Aaron Ludigan from Turkey in P10. Stay with us on Motorsport TV, the mini podium live from GENK in Belgium in just a moment. The drivers making their way up to the podium. The Belgian Cup for Mini-Max. What a wild race. Zdeněk Babicek wins entry to the Rotax Max Grand Finals to be held at Sano Circuito Internazionale Napoli at the end of October. Drivers make their way down here. The Belgian Cup for Mini-Max here at round one of the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge here at GENK. In third place from the UK, it's Oliver Warner. Second place for the Belgian driver here in Belgium, Vince van der Haven. He withstood almighty pressure. He started from pole position. The Czech driver driving the Czech kart for the TEPS racing team. The winner of the Belgian Cup, Zdeněk Babicek. And representing the winning team, TEPS Racing, Jakub Novotný. Representing Great Britain in third place, and Dan Holland Racing, Oliver Warner. The trophy to be presented by Mr. Alonso Tabari, representing WSK Promotion. From Belgium in second place, Vince van der Halen. The trophy to be presented by Mr. Koen Lemmers, representing Karting GENK. We'd like to call on Mrs. Sarah Duru, representing Rotax Racing, to present the winning trophy to the Czech driver, Zdeněk Babicek. And Mr. Koen Lemmers, again representing Karting GENK, to present the winning team's trophy to Jakub Novotný of TEPS Racing. This is the Belgian Cup for Mini-Max, and with victory here today, Zdeněk Babicek has won entry into the 2024 Rotax Max Grand Finals at Sano. Zdeněk, if you'd like to write your name on the winning ticket, you'll be racing at Sano. Just write your name, Zdeněk, that's fine. Zdeněk Babicek wins the Belgian Cup, and with that we'll see you at the Rotax Max Grand Finals at Sano on October the 26th. Ladies and gentlemen, the podium, third place, Oliver Warner, second, Vince van der Halen, and the winner from the Czech Republic, Zdeněk Babicek. The national anthem of the Czech Republic. The podium for the Belgian Cup, third place, Oliver Warner, second, Vince van der Halen, and the winner here at GENK, Zdeněk Babicek. Stay with us on Motorsport TV. We continue racing the Rotax Max Challenge, round 1 from live here at GENK in Belgium. Back here at GENK in Belgium for the junior final. It promises to be a cracking race. We have to ask the rhetorical question, can anybody stop last year's mini champion, Jacob Ashcroft? The Brit for Den Holland Racing took pole position on Friday, won 2 out of 3 heats. He starts out of pole position before we race the final. Let's check out some of the highlights from this week in Junior Max here at GENK. There is Jacob Ashcroft to the left of your screen. He'll be starting alongside Boaz Maximoff in just a moment. Qualifying on Friday saw Jacob take pole position by a good margin as well, 55.237. Dragos Avasil Kutay, third in the Rotax Max Grand Finals. Last year he was fastest in his group, but it was Jacob who took pole position. There is Jacob at last-minute instructions from his father Barry. His mother Louise nervously watching on from not quite sure where. But there is Jacob. Pole position. Boaz Maximoff still a few moments before the start. .36 karts on the grid. Tom Stadell starting on the inside second row, almost certainly will push his teammate for Den Holland Racing down into turn 1. Maximoff for Boulevard Power, the Dutch champion, the Dutch Mini-Max champion, the Belgian champion. It's Den Holland Racing, the team based at the Wilton Mill circuit in England with the English driver Yuri Lever. Sandro Lukovic racing, the Slovenian, on the 16th row of the grid alongside Kevin Pollack. Just a few moments before the start, Jacob Ashcroft to start from pole position. The driver to beat, last year's mini European champion. This is GENK in Belgium. There is part of the original circuit. There is the GENK Model Race GENK circuit as the green flag flies. Jacob Ashcroft, the Winter Cup champion, leads the field around. We'll take a look at the grid, which looks like this. Ashcroft on pole, Maximoff out of 2. Tom Stadell, also for Dan Holland Racing, alongside his teammate Cameron Nelson for DHR. Tees van Wyk for Boeven Power out of 5. Noah Janssen for Dual Motorsport with SP Motorsport. T. Stevens, Casper Nissen, Adrian Stearns in the Gillard Kart, and Dragos, the Austrian, out of grid 10. Connor Clancy, the Irish Emirati, alongside Oscar from France in the RLS kart. Charlie Smith, the United States of America. He represents them, the driver who won in the Pro Kart Series last year at Utah. He's alongside the Northern Irishman, Rory Armstrong, Max Sadursky. In the Saudi kart, Jake Fluitt, Mate Kobakidze, Lewis Goff, Bram van der Werke, Jake Woodsey. Then it's Charles Keitley and Kai Clark. Cinnabok, Jake Menton, Bookwe, Will Archer, Bastian Ottensummer, Ryan Gandor from Canada. Then we go to Ollie Wise, Lucas Schellis, Kevin Polak, Yuri Levert, Martin Lickner, Lorenzo da Quinto, Leo Gonzalez, and Rasmus Koskinen. Force Racing Finland, the Cosmic 269 out of grid 36. There is Jacob Ashcroft. Take a look at the gloves he's wearing. Yes, they are limited edition. He took them out of the box. They're the original offset limited edition Ayrton Senna gloves. They're virtually sold out the Speedwear.be shop here at the circuit. Much to his father's disgust or chagrin, he took them out of the box and he wore them, a collector's item. Well, they've brought him a good 0.2 of a second, because Jacob Ashcroft, wearing those Ayrton Senna replica gloves, has been the driver to beat. Maybe they'll increase in value if he can win here this afternoon. He can put them back in the box and sign them. He is already the Rotax Mini Champion from 2023. He won here last week in B&L, looking to go 2 weeks in a row. He's the Winter Cup champion, winning at Campios, the first race of the European Rotax season on the continent. Jacob Ashcroft will be to the left of your screen on pole position. Welcome to GENK in Belgium, the home of champions, the Junior Max Final. We race. Toms, as predicted, pushes his teammate gently down into turn 1. Maximoff around the outside. He'll take P2. Nicely done by the Dutchman. He splits the DHR drivers, who go 1, 3, and 4. Nelson's in 4th place. That's Cameron. Maximoff. Big move down the inside from Tees van Wyk for Boeven Power. As we see Noah Janssen almost into the grass. Dragos, Vasil Kurte and T. Stevens have come together as we see Nelson up the inside, trying to take the place back. Strell in 2.38, Ashcroft in 2.12, and Cameron Nelson in 2.41. They're the DHR representatives in the top 6. Boaz Maximoff back into 3rd place. We come across the line for the first time. Look at the lead from Jacob. It's Dan Holland Racing who go 1-2, who go 1-3. Because Boaz up the inside, can't quite do it though. Tom sends it down the inside. There's Tees van Wyk in 2.46. Nelson's there, there's Tian's. Good start from Adrian's. The Gillard Kart of the Latvian for MRG Racing inside the top 6. He might make another position here. Super start from Connor Clancy as well. Down the back straight, Jacob is gone. Ashcroft is disappearing down the road. Van Wyk, Tees in 2nd place. They fight for 2nd. Jacob's already turning into the left-hander, not this the right-hander. As I speak, he's coming up to the final corner now. About to start lap 3 with an enormous lead. He goes purple as they fight for 2nd place. Ashcroft is gone. He comes across the line to start lap 3 at 107 k's an hour. He's got 1.8 seconds clear, not of his teammate Tom Stadell, but of Tees van Wyk for Boeven Power. There's Tians. And the Gillard TG17 chassis. Clancy is just behind. Look at this move just a moment ago. Down into turn 1. Tees van Wyk. In fact, Maximoff, I should say, in 2.30. Tees in the other Tony car, 2.46. As we see Nissen from Max Sadursky. Clark. Bourguier. Martin Lickner. What a start. Up into 13th place from grid 33. Martin Lickner has passed 20 karts in 2 laps, I kid you not. Dragos, unfortunately, is out. Dragos Avasilkute, the Austrian, who was third in the Grand Finals in 2021. He finished fourth in this race, corresponding in 2022, but this afternoon, his day is over. Dragos is out. Rory Armstrong, the Northern Irishman, after making that great start, he's fallen down to 23rd place behind Charlie Smith, the United States Pro Kart Series race winner from 2023. Trying to chase down Oscar Goodshall, Charles Kidley, Leo Gonzalez, Jake Woodsey, Jake Fluid, and Lewis Goff. Lewis, who was on the podium, third place in the season opening Winter Cup at Campillos in the south of Spain. As you look at Tians on the back of Boas Maximov. This is the fight for second. Jacob is gone. And he goes purple again. Ashcroft is dominating. He is putting half a second on average over the first 4 laps over the rest of the field. The gap now 2.2 seconds. Tom Strel, the Latvian champion, who finished P2. He led most of the final in the Winter Cup. Regardless, a great performance from Toms, even if he can't catch his teammate. There's Cameron Nelson going through. Boas Maximov, Tians, Clancy in 7. Nissan, Sadurski, and Noah Janssen in P10. Clark up to 11. Kai goes by in 11th place from grid 21. As we complete lap 5, purple sector after purple sector. Jacob is disappearing. There's his teammate. They're both running the Lando Norris kart, the LN kart for Dan Holland Racing. Come across the line. I'll tell you something about the kart setup in just a moment. Not too much, Dan. I won't give too much away. Toms just sits there. There's his teammate Cameron Nelson. There is a slightly different setup, that's all I'll say, between Tom's kart and Jacob. Not for better or worse as we see Tom's down the inside. It is just different. Jacob has got it hooked up. Slightly different setup on the Lando Norris kart. Of course, all driving the identical Rotax Max engine. But it's working for Jacob superbly up front. His teammate from Latvia, Toms, goes through into second place. 1-2 for the team from Wilton Mill. Home circuit, hosting the British O Plate 2 weeks ago. To start from pole position, Jacob Ashcroft, of course, spinning on the roll-up laps, had to start from the back of the pack. What a drive to come through. He missed the podium, but came home P4. He won right here 7 days ago in the BNL. He leads his teammate. Now he leads Ties van Wyk. And Nelson goes on through as well. So Toms now falls back to P4. Head of Boas Maximov, that's Tians. Clancy, Nissan, Janssen, Sadurski with the fastest lap of the race. Max in the Slotty Kart Sigma with a 55.713. Nicely done by Ties van Wyk. Down into turn 1. And the Dutchman takes the Latvian. Jacob Ashcroft from Bristol. Yes, it's Lando's hometown as well. We've got another British kart racing star, Jacob Ashcroft from the King's England. He's gone. This is half race distance. It's 2.6 seconds between Ashcroft and now Ties van Wyk. 3 seconds as they fight the attack from Dan Holland Racing, who run 1, 3 and 4. Dan himself, along with his brother Tom, both British champions in the senior 177 class. As we say, based at the Wilton Mill circuit, using the time engines. Oh, into the back goes Nelson of his teammates. Around the outside, down through the chicane. Now it's on between the two teammates. Toms goes on through. That's Adrian's in the background in the Gillard kart. Tians from Latvia, the second Latvia, who's just been watching this battle. He's not far off the podium. Ashcroft is starting lap 9 now. He goes down into turn 1, the gap 3 seconds exactly. Ties van Wyk, it stays the same. Moves down the inside. Maximov on the inside of Toms. The Gillard around the outside, nicely done by their second Latvian. The first of which is immediately in front of his Gillard cart. It's Strel, who was in position 2. He's now back to 5. Maximoff on the back of Cameron Nelson. There's Sadurski in the background fighting with Casper Nisman, who goes by. Noah Janssen now up into P8 for the Dual Motorsport team. Watch this between the two teammates. First of all, down into turn 1. Boaz Maximoff, a Dutch Minimax champion for Bull Farm Power. Tion's around the outside. And the Latvians in 5 and 6. Clancy. Connor from Ireland. I can't say that with an Irish accent. The Irishman. Sorry, not even close. The Emirati-based Irishman. Regardless, for Strawberry Racing, he's not out of this either. He's in position 6. And so we see Maximoff on the outside of Nelson. They're fighting for the podium. There is Connor Clancy. Dubai O-Plate champion racing in the United Arab Emirates Rotax Max Challenge. As we see Maximoff had to defend from Tom Strel. Tions falls up, falls back, just a few laps behind. Ashcroft is dominating. It's a Sunday drive for the Englishman. There's Sadurski going through ahead of Schellers, Kai Clark, Shinobach, Jake Woodsey and Lewis Goff. Tom's back down the inside. Here comes Casper Nislen fighting with Connor Clancy, who's in position 8. That's Connor on the outside fighting, and he's got a soddy cut right in the middle as well in the form of Max Sadurski. Ashcroft 3.2 seconds clear, is dominating. Dan Holland Racing, this world-class racing team at the moment. First, third and fourth, Boaz Maximoff. There's Tions. The second Latvian, MRG Racing in the Gillard TG17 chassis. The manufacturer which won the 2005 World Championship at Braga in Portugal with Ollie Oakes, now high-tech team owner. The Gillard Cup, now owned by the OTK Group. It looks good as well in the hand of Adrian's. In the hands of Adrian's, I should say. 271 ahead of Janssen, Clancy, Nissen and Sadurski. 3 laps remaining. The gap is 3.4 seconds. Unstoppable is Ashcroft. Fastest lap of the race actually belongs to Noah Janssen. As we see Sadurski in the background with Nissen, Schellers and Clark and Shinobok, the Belarusian, ahead of Jake Woodsey and Lewis Goff. So fastest on the track is Noah Janssen for Dual Motorsport. Ashcroft is controlling the pace. Controlling the pace, he is dominating. He's got 2 laps to go across the line. Good drive from Tix van Wyk. The gap stays at 3.5 seconds though. The fight is for the bottom step of the podium. Cameron Nelson, Tom Strel, Maximoff, Tions in the Gillard. Janssen with the fastest lap of the race. Clancy, Schellers, Casper Nissen and Max Sadurski van the Netherlands in the Soddy Kart Sigma. This is Jacob. He just got a glimpse of the limited edition Ayrton Senna offset gloves. Yes, he took them out of the box as we see Noah down the inside. The Dual Motorsport driver. Crash between the 2 teammates. Nelson and Strel are out. No! Cameron Nelson and Tom Strel. They take each other out. The 2 Dan Holland Racing teammates. Their teammate is about to get the last lap board. He will win. But Toms and Cameron are out. Maximoff goes through into P3. Nelson, Strel are out. This is now the fight for the final step of the podium. Ashcroft on his way to victory. Tix van Wyk in second place. Maximoff and then Janssen. Remember, he is the fastest on track. Look at this, the 2 teammates. Down through the chicane, they went side by side. Nelson up the inside. Parked on the top of Strel. They go spinning off into the grass in spectacular fashion. Whose fault was it? It is irrelevant. They're out. Their teammate Jacob will win. He is dominating. He's only got a few corners remaining. Jacob Ashcroft is about to come across the line. The checkered flag is about to wave. Jacob dominates. The driver from Bristol in the Kings England has won. He has dominated round one of the Rotax Max Challenge. Ties van Wyk second, Maximoff, the Dutch mini champion, on the podium in third. Janssen, Tians, Clancy six. But the story of the race, Den Holland Racing, it will be a subdued celebration on one side of the tent this evening. Strella and Nelson both go out on the penultimate lap of the race from third and fourth positions, but take nothing away from Jacob. Ashcroft wins here at GENK in Belgium. From pole position, Boaz Maximoff around the outside, held on to second place as we take a look at the highlights of the Junior Max final. Good start from Adrian Tians, who was going on through. This was Toms on the inside of Boaz. Ties van Wyk got clear of this battle as Tians just watched on. Strell down the inside to take back second place briefly from Ties van Wyk. But then Ties said that's enough of that, and he disappeared down into second place. Down the road into second to come home in P2 behind Jacob Ashcroft. The two teammates, Cameron Nelson, actually running into the back of his Latvian teammates. Strell going on through, Boaz Maximoff. So in effect, that was the move that put the Dutch Mini-Max champion up onto the podium. We're still behind the two DHR drivers, but it would matter little as they will both take themselves out. Connor Clancy, super drive. Lucas Schellis from the back of the grid would come home in seventh from grid 30. How about some credit? But this was the moment of the race for Strell and Nelson. Their teammate Jacob Ashcroft won it from Ties van Wyk. Boaz Maximoff third. Janssen, Tians, Clancy in P6. Lucas Schellis, what a drive for the French driver in the Soddy kart, position 7. Listen to this from grid 30. Nissen, Clark and Max Sadurski in P10. Jacob Ashcroft wins round one of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy. He won the season opening Winter Cup. He won last year's mini trophy as well. And he kicks off the 2024 Rotax Max Euro Trophy with victory here at GENK. Stay with us on Motorsport TV, the podium presentation for the junior final from the home of champions in just a moment.
Do it to
The drivers make their way up to the podium after a pulsating junior max race. An absolutely brilliant junior final. Boaz Thies van the Netherlands and Jacob Ashcroft dominates here at GENK in Belgium. Dan Holland Racing, maybe a slightly subdued celebration after Toms and camera take each other out. I'll be watching the replay of that endlessly. No doubt about the race winner, Jacob Ashcroft. He dominates the final here. Boaz Maximoff, Thies van Wyk, both for Boulevard Power. We're klaar voor de podium. We are ready for the Junior Max podium. 2 Dutchmen and an Englishman. Junior Max round 1 of the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge. The Euro Trophy in 3rd place from the Netherlands, Boaz Maximoff. Second place, also from the Netherlands, Thies van Wyk. An absolutely dominant performance. He took pole position, he dominated the heats, and he dominated the final here this afternoon. From Bristol in the Kings England for Dan Holland Racing, the winner of the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, Jacob Ashcroft. And representing the winning team, Dan Holland Racing, Lee Melotti. Mr. Oronzo Di Bari representing WSK Promotion to present the 3rd place trophy to Boaz Maximoff. Mr. Koen Lemmens representing Karting GENK, the home of champions, the 2nd place trophy to Thies van Wyk. Mrs. Sarah Theroux representing Rotax Racing to present the winning trophy to England's Jacob Ashcroft. And again, Mr. Koen Lemmens to present the winning team's trophy, Lee Melotti representing Dan Holland Racing. The national anthem of Great Britain. The podium for Junior Max, 3rd place, Boaz Maximoff, 2nd, Thies van Wyk, and the winner from England for Dan Holland Racing, Jacob Ashcroft. Stay with us on Motorsport TV, the Senior Max final in just a moment. Back here at GENK in Belgium, this is round one of the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. And of course, at the end of the year, Sano in the 2024 Grand Finals. 90 drivers in Senior Max here this weekend, and we're down to the final 36. Mac B, Macaulay Bishop will start from pole position in just a moment. Before we race, let's take a look at some of the highlights from this week here at GENK. $239 drivers from 40 nations around the world here at this historic circuit of GENK in Belgium. 90 drivers alone in the Senior Max class. We are down to the final 36. Macaulay Bishop for Den Holland Racing will start on the front row of the grid. It's an all DHR front row of the grid. Jaden Tien, the Winter Cup champion. Van der Netherlands out of grid 2. Kai Hunter is debuting the new Carlos Sainz, the CS55 kart. The Hunter Motorsport team that he runs with his brother Reese. Inside second row for the two-time British champion, the BNL champion. The Canadian champion, he actually won the Canadian Championship in 2018, did Kai Hunter. On the podium in the Rotax Grand Finals. Has won everything. His world-class team, which he runs with his brother, they are debuting this weekend the CS55, the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis, which Carlos himself took to the track at Cremona just a month ago before he was, well, temporarily sidelined. The CS55 kart of Kai Hunter on the inside second row of the grid. Just a few moments before the start, we'll take a look at the grid for you in its entirety in just a moment. It is a small racing world. He is debuting the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis. You know that Carlos missed the Saudi Arabian Formula 1 Grand Prix. In his place was, of course, our former driver, Ollie Behrman, and who should be lining up on the 10th row of the grid. It's Thomas Behrman, Ollie's younger brother, whose older brother took the place of Carlos in the Saudi Arabian Formula 1 Grand Prix, and Kai Hunter on the second row of the grid in Carlos's own CS55 chassis. A joint partnership with the OTK group. Thomas back on the 10th row of the grid after a DNF in the pre-final this morning. He did set the fastest lap in his final heat yesterday. Took pole position, of course, in Campillos, the KR Sport team driver. The team based at Silverstone, the home of the British Grand Prix. There are the DHR drivers on the front row of the grid. You just see Sean Butcher, two-time British champion. He starts on the inside, third row of the grid. The breeze picking up. It is beautiful weather here in Belgium. The flowers are blooming. I'm starting to sound like David Attenborough, but it is great to have nice weather here in Belgium. Ironically, it was the rain in Spain which fell right on Campillos for the season opening Winter Cup. There is Macaulay Bishop, starts out of pole position. The driver to beat, the British champion, the Kart Masters champion. Of course, he took victory at Wilton Mill 2 weeks ago in the British O Plate with that outrageous pass around the outside, which justifiably has gone viral. The move of the season. Well, he won't need to pass anybody if he leads down into turn 1, but he will have 35 drivers breathing down his neck. Den Holland Racing 1-2 on the grid. Kai Hunter on the second row of the grid alongside Lewis Gilbert. For Craft Motorsport, they finished 1, 2 and 5 in the pre-final this morning. The German team. Sean Butcher for KR Sport, the team from Silverstone, alongside Vic Stevens for Boulevard Power. Mark Kimber, the former Rotax Grand Finals champion of the world. As the cars fire into life, the original 125 Max Rotax engine led away by Macaulay Bishop. The grid looks like this. Mac B on pole, Jaden out of 2. Kai out of 3, Lewis out of 4, Sean out of 5, and Vic Stevens for Boulevard Power out of 6. MK out of 7, Caden McQueen also for KR Sport. Matthew Higgins, who's racing for Aston Martin in the GT Europe Cup this year, out of 9, ahead of Omar for the Dubai-based Excel Motorsport team. King and Garrity and Austin Lee. Denny Shields, Aman Hamilton, the Kiwi Hungarian who was 4th in last year's series. Ethan Jeff Hall, former junior champion. Babichkova also for Hunter Motorsport. Hamburg, Matthias Kanizak, Seidler and TB out of 20. Tommy van der Strauss, Laurent Legault, Olivia Yonkers for Dance Racing. Papacena, Fracassi, Wood Nielsen, Boluet, the Belgians on that row of the grid. Let me have a look. Well, he's alongside, okay, the grid disappears. Sverre Uben and Boluet on the 14th row of the grid. Sebastian Koch, Tom Langlois, Holt, Royst, who DNF'd in the fight in the pre-final this morning. Mario Seidler, William Antrobus, Luca Schlegel, and Jort van Wyk. 3-3 on the final row of the grid. This is Genk in Belgium, the world-famous circuit built by the Lemons family back in 1983. This is one of the 4 circuits where Jensen won the 1997 Formula Super A Championships. Driving a Rotax-powered Techno SS22 car, the 40mm axle. Jensen for the GKS team. Grew up racing thousands of laps here, actually won the European Super A Championships at this very circuit almost 3 decades ago. The original car, yeah, Paul still has it. The legendary Techno SS22 was powered by a Rotax. Mind you, it was screaming up to near on 22,000 RPM. The magic days of Formula Super A in 100cc. Home, GKS Lemons here at Genk in Belgium. DHR on the front row of the grid. It's Mac B and JT. Welcome to Genk in Belgium. Round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. We race. Kai down the inside, they make contact. Sean Butcher sends it on through from the 3rd row of the grid. What a start. Sean Butcher for KR Sport has got the race lead. He's on the inside. As Macaulay Bishop, Jaden Tian all fight for position. There's Kai Hunter on the outside. Sean Bishop with an outrageous start as we see one car go rallycross. Thomas Behrman also in trouble. He's going slowly at the top of your screen. TB, he won't win here this afternoon. A disaster for the driver who took pole position at Campios in the Winter Cup. Sean Butcher with a super start. The Tony Kart to come across the line in 2nd place. Just a local yellow for the moment. As Butcher leads from Mark Kimber. There is an incident off screen. You can see there is concern from the marshals. We stay green for just the moment. An incident with Tommy van der Strauss and Laurent Legault. It is a local yellow only for the moment. We go full course yellow, inevitably. Full course yellow here on lap 2. Not all the drivers have seen this. Mark Kimber trying to pass. We've gone full course yellow. Okay, so not MK's fault. Clearly, you can see the marshals were slow to get the yellow flag out and waving. Now he acknowledges it. You'd be a hard man to apportion blame to Mark Kimber for that. The yellow flag was not waving. We saw it on our timing screen a good 8 or 9 seconds earlier. Mark Kimber did make the move to go through on Sean Butcher. As soon as he saw the yellow, he put the right hand up, backed off immediately. Kimber did do the right thing, clearly. He does have the race lead from Higgins, Butcher, Stevens, Gilbert, Kai Hunter, Bishop back in 7 from Austin Lee. But our concern is for Tommy van der Strauss and Laurent Legault. An incident off screen. The cart was just on the racing line. I can tell you the drivers, it looks as though Laurent, the Canadian, is up and walking and okay, but the cart was in a precarious position. Our assistant race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, is down on the scene. This is lap 3. We go full course yellow. Just where that marshal is standing is where the incident was. The cart has been removed, so Behrman has retired as well with damage. He was not involved in that incident. It was first corner damage for TB. 1 lap, full course yellow, and then we race green. Tommy van der Strauss and Laurent Legault involved in that incident. Concern for the Canadian. Laurent, he is okay, but his afternoon is over. So Mark Kimber will bring us back to the lead, to the green. The World Finals champion. He won that title in 2021. Strawberry Racing. Dan Holland Racing of Matthew Higgins in 2nd place. A big year for Matthew Higgins. Boy, would he like to start it off with victory here at GENK in Belgium before he lines up for Aston Martin in the GT Cup of Europe, starting in Portimao in just a few weeks' time. Sean Butcher with a super start for KR Sport. That is Sean in position 3 from Vic Stevens, Lewis Gilbert, Hunter, Bishop from pole position back to 7. Austin Lee, Hamilton, Kian Garrity just ahead of Jaden Tian. The green flag flies, and once again we race green. Perfect start from Kimber. He goes down into turn 1. He's already got 2/3 of a second over 2nd place Matthew Higgins. Butcher is past. Vic Stevens for Bull Farm Power in 327. Lewis Gilbert for Craft Motorsport briefly goes by, but he's put back to P5. Kai Hunter's there as Mark Kimber goes down the inside, having to defend from Matthew Higgins. Here comes Stevens, the Belgian here in Belgium. Vic Stevens, 327, looking for his 2nd victory of 2024. For Bull Farm Power, there is a yellow flag. Sorry, that is green actually. It is faded. It looked yellow. I had to look out the window to confirm it is green. It is Mark Kimber though, from Higgins and Stevens, who did win here at GENK the Winter Trophy earlier on in the year, the warm-up to the 2024 Rotax Max Euro Trophy. Looking for his 2nd victory at GENK. He's behind Matthew Higgins for Dan Holland Racing. Mark Kimber, the former World Grand Finals champion for Strawberry Motorsport. The team of Paul Spencer, they run 1-2, powered by Cream Engines. Just seeing in the background, Omar Gannon for Excel Motorsport, the team of Kevin Day, based over there in the beautiful United Arab Emirates. He's just outside the top 10 ahead of Denny Shields, behind Kian Garrity and JT from Group 2. T and the Winter Cup champion going through now. He's back in 10th place. Move down the inside. Vic goes on through. Higgins back to 3. The response. There's Butcher. Lewis Gilbert looking for track position. Here comes Macaulay Bishop from pole position. We told you in the formation laps about that outrageous move 2 weeks ago at Wilton Mill to win the British O-Plate. As Sean Butcher goes down the inside and takes Higgins. Crash in the background, it's Hunter. Hunter has come together with Kian Garrity They do continue on, but effectively their afternoon is over. Kai Hunter is out. What a disappointment for the British champion. On debut in the Carlos Sainz CS55 kart, Kian Geraghty, Kai Hunter come together. Macaulay Bishop, the British O-Plate champion. Well, let's see what Mac B can do if he's to win the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge as Kai Hunter pulls into pit lane to retire. Hugely disappointing for Kai, who started on the inside second row of the grid. Geraghty about to join him in pit lane. Their afternoon is over. Watching Macaulay Bishop, he has dominated all this weekend. As we see the two Tony Kart, Stevens on the back of Mark Kimber, the Belgian, for Boulevard Power on the back of NK. It's Sean Butcher, who has been super quick all this weekend for KR Sports. Watch Higgins in the background, and Lewis Gilbert. Then it's Bishop, then Aman Hamilton, the Kiwi Hungarian, or the Hungarian New Zealander who was fourth last year, as we get news that Caden McQueen is under investigation. Down into turn one, throws it in sideways to Stevens. Butcher up the inside. There's Higgins on the outside. Now it's on in the Senior Max final with that yellow flag. Full course introduction. We're already on lap 9. Kimber's got the lead from Higgins, then Butcher. It's the drivers from the Kings England who go 1, 2, 3. They crash. Higgins is out. As is Butcher. They crash at the top of the circuit onto the grass. Butcher and Higgins come together. Mark Kimber looks behind. Take a look at this. So Mark Kimber had turned in to try and defend. Higgins was already there. The question is, has Mark Kimber got damage to the 350, the Strawberry Racing Tony Kart, the Racer 401 R chassis? Stevens in second, Bishop's in third, Bishop's in fourth. He's just been passed by his teammate Jaden Tian. JT in 359, Mac B in 368. The Den Holland Racing teammates, they need to work together. Behind them, Lewis Gilbert, Austin Lee for Kraft Motorsports. Then it's Hamburg, Omar Genam, Ethan Jeff Hall, Hamilton and Olivier Yonkers from Grid 23. Here's the Belgian for the Belgian team at Dams Racing in P11. Elia Papagena from Grid 24. The second Italian in the MKC Motorsport 345 Tony Kart. He's on the back of this battle. 5 laps remaining in a disjointed Senior Max final. Kimber, Stevens. Here's Ethan down into turn 1. Defending from Omar from the Emirates. Hamilton just behind, and then Yonkers, Papagena and Teresa Babichkova. The remaining top entry for Hunter Motorsport. There's Austin Lee, 347. Tino Seidler, purple lap. And he's down in 26th position. Mark Kimber cannot shake the Belgian Vic Stevens with 4 laps remaining. Personal best sectors for Macaulay Bishop behind Jaden Tian. Jaden points ahead, trying to work together. The Dutch driver who won the season opening Winter Cup at Campos in the south of Spain. The Den Holland Racing drivers started on the front row of the grid. They're back to 3 and 4. Austin Lee in 5 from Gilbert, Hamburg. Ethan Jeff Hall, the former junior Euro champ, coming onto the straight in the background now for Sam Pollard Racing. And then the New Zealander Aman Hamilton. And it's Mark Kimber, the former Grand Finals champion, who is withstanding enormous pressure from Vic Stevens. The Belgian driver for the Dutch-Belgian team, Boulevard Power, 327. It's Vic looking for his second victory at GENK in 2024. winning the winter trophy on a freezing cold day back at the end of January. Now he shadows MK 350, the inside rear skipping off the deck. The race of 401 double R chassis as Stevens just clips the ripple strip. Jaden in P3, Macaulay in 4. Here's Austin Lee, fabulous close-up pitches, and he goes through into position 4. Bishop back to 5. It's all going wrong for Macaulay, who dominated coming into this weekend. Fresh off victory at Wilton Mill in the British O Plate. He took pole position on Friday, storming around the 1,360 metre circuit in a time of 54 dead at 0.12. Dominated the heats. He lined up on pole position for the final, but at the moment, Macaulay Bishop, with just 2 laps remaining, he's off the podium in P5. Vic Stevens dives down the inside. The Belgian goes through. Kimber on the outside, staring at him, almost runs into the back of the Boulevard Power Tony Kart. Now it's not over yet. Bishop back up the inside. Here comes MacB. Dan Holland Racing versus Strawberry Motorsports. What a comeback from Macaulay Bishop. Any one of the first 6 drivers on your screen could win this, the first round of the 2024 Rotax Max Euro Trophy here at Genk in Belgium. Mark Kimber has defended the entire race. He'll come across the line, you would think, in P1 in just a moment. He defends into the final corner. It's not over yet. What a comeback for Bishop. He's got just under 1 mile to race. Kimber steering over his right shoulder at 111 k's an hour. Bishop in second. He needs to do exactly what he did at Wilton Mill 2 weeks ago. Bishop in second. Dan Holland Racing versus Strawberry Motorsport. Dan and Paul losing fingernails in pit lane. Mark Kimber has defended superbly. The former Grand Finals champion as Austin Lee almost puts Jaden into the grass. Down the inside, MacB goes on through. He's done it. Bishop on the last lap of the race. Unbelievably, Macaulay Bishop. When the yellow flag came out, he was in 11th. Kimber tries, he won't do it. Bishop wins. Macaulay Bishop will win. What a comeback. What a drive. Macaulay Bishop, unbelievable. That was outrageous. Bishop has won it. He has done it. Stevens second, Austin Lee third. Kimber misses the podium as he attacked. Bishop has done it. Is there a better overtaker in World Motorsport? I didn't say karting, I said World Motorsport at the moment. The Macaulay Bishop. He won the British O Plate around the outside of Lewis Gilbert 2 weeks ago at Wilton Mill, and he's come from 11th. Halfway through the race to win the first round here at Genk in Belgium. It was a messy start. The DHR drivers from the front row of the grid, they were back outside the top 10 at the end of the first lap. Superstar from Butcher was actually in the grass. Jaden Tian would come home to finish in 7 as Vic Stevens pulled away from this battle. Matthew Higgins, who ultimately finished down in position 24. Mark Kimber led away at the restart, and then this. Higgins into the grass. Sean Butcher, through no fault of his own, had to avoid him. Sean did well to finish 8th, head of the Kiwi, Mark Hamilton. Stevens down the inside of Mark Kimber. Down into turn 1, the 2 Tony Karts. And Macaulay Bishop sensed his opportunity. Contact ever so slightly, Kimber moved him. Macaulay Bishop says, that's all I need. Down into turn 1, he couldn't shake his fellow countryman and just sent it down into the chicane. Macaulay Bishop for Dan Holland Racing unbelievably has won with a super pass. MacB wins it. Vic Stevens in second. Austin Lee for Craft Motorsport, the German in third. Kimber 4 misses the podium. Paul Hamburg, then Ethan Jeff Hall, JT in 7. And it was Butcher Hamilton and Lewis Gilbert in 10th place, just ahead of Teresa Babichkova. He was 11th halfway through the race. What a comeback. Macaulay Bishop wins round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at GENK in Belgium. And he'll stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment.
An absolutely pulsating senior max final as we wait for the drivers to make their way up from Parc Fermé. And as you saw them cross the line, that is not how they will stand on the podium. Macaulay Bishop with the race win across the line. but has not passed post-race scrutineering. Macaulay Bishop, and he's not the only one. There is quite a difference in the order from the drivers that you saw cross the line. Take nothing away from the DHR driver with that fantastic pass, but has not passed post-race scrutineering. Macaulay Bishop has failed post-race scrutineering and will not take victory here on the podium here this afternoon. Don't forget, from here we go to Wackersdorf Pro-Kart Raceland, June the 9th for the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge 2024 down in beautiful Bavaria from beautiful Belgium. And then we go to Franciacorta, round 3 of the championship. And then Saturday night under lights at the center of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato, for the championship final, the last day of August in the middle of the Italian summer. For the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge. 239 drivers from 40 nations around the world here at GENK in Belgium, the home of champions, as we wait for the drivers to come up to the podium. Just repeating, the drivers you cross the line in 1, 2, and 3 are not the drivers who will stand on the podium. I'll tell you, we'll have a Belgian, a German, and one Brit after all. But not the drivers who you were thinking. We're still waiting for them to come up from Parc Fermé. Macaulay Bishop, after that outrageous pass again, he did it, but failed in post-race scrutineering. So now the drivers coming up to Parc Fermé. We can see 2 of them. Now we've got 3 of them and a team manager as well. The 3 drivers who cross the line 1, 2, and 3 are not the drivers who will stand on the podium. There is a different order, but with that, we are ready to get underway with the podium for Senior Max. In 3rd place for Sam Pollitt Racing from Great Britain, Ethan Jeff Hall. In 2nd place in Senior Max, the German Austin Lee. We've got a Belgian victory in Belgium. Welcome to the top step of the podium, the winner of round 1 of the Senior Max Euro Trophy, Vic Stevens. And representing the winning team, Bouvin Power, Max Timmermans. We'll call on Mr. Oronzo Dibari, representing WSK Promotion, to present the 3rd place trophy to Ethan Jeff Hall of Great Britain. Mr. Kuhn Lemons, representing Karting Genk, to the 2nd place German Austin Lee. And Mrs. Sarah Daru, representing Rotax Racing, to present the winning trophy to Belgium's Vic Stevens. And again, Mr. Kuhn Lemons, representing Karting Genk, the home of champions, and our host circuit for round 1 of the championship, to Bouvin Power's Max Timmermans. The national anthem of Belgium. The podium for round one of the Senior Max Rotax Max Euro Trophy. Third place, Ethan Jeff Hall. Second, Austin Lee. And the winner is the Belgian here in Belgium, Vic Stevens. A fantastic start to the 2024 Rotax Max Euro Trophy. 239 drivers from 40 nations all around the world here at GENK in Belgium, the home of champions. It's been a great first half event. From here, we go to Wackersdorf Pro Kart Raceland, June the 9th for the second round of the series. On behalf of everyone at Rotax Racing, WSK Promotion, and everyone right here at GENK, the home of champions, we say danke wel. We'll see you at Wackersdorf for round two, the 2024 Rotax Max Euro Trophy.